the Journal of Agricultural Economics. Assessment panels might mark me down because agricultural economics is not related to what I'm doing, instead of actually looking at the output to see my contribution. So some universities also don't take cognizance of conference organization practices between disciplines. Also, commercial index conference proceedings are the proxies for quality, and I'll also explain this. I would also use library and information science. So the International Federation of Library Association is the highest governing bodies for librarians globally, right? And when they conduct or have organized their conferences, which goes through serious peer review, but they don't publish a conference proceeding. They have all of those outputs uploaded to the IFLA repository to increase visibility and accessibility. However, some Nigerian universities do not recognize this because it is not in a conference proceeding. So this is actually discouraging researchers. So if they want to go for IFLA conference, it's just to go for the trip and just attend the conference and not necessarily use it for research assessment, which in itself, it's not bad, but at times it might discourage because researchers actually want to align their activities with research assessment. We also have incentivization of impact factor of journals and citation count, which in recent times have been marked by my practice. You see that in my slides as we go ahead. So what are the unintended outcomes of this current paradigm on research integrity and open science? So, since research assessment is central to ethical research, we can say some of these conventional practices are driving unethical research culture within the research community. And it has implications to society, the academic community, and also institutions. Let's see some of them. So for society, there is a disconnect between academia and practice because the obsession of where to publish is shaping what we publish. Let me give you an example again. So we have local issues, contextual problems, right, that we should work on. But then that contextual issue is not appealing to the global impact factor journals, right? They'll tell you their readership, it's beyond the scope, or readership, what. And then you leave that problem and focus on what pays them. So that disconnect is happening and is affecting Nigeria. Okay. So we also have economic cost of research misconduct, although we may not have data in Nigeria. But even in the US, interestingly, there are research malpractice and they're losing millions of dollars. There's loss of public trust in science and research. We've been seeing a lot of retractions. And even though we've not seen so much from Africa, we're seeing people actually losing interest or trust in the research process. There's also the inaccessibility of useful researches. Why? Because they are behind paywalls. A lot of libraries no longer have the funds to subscribe, right? So one of our commercial journals, for the subscription you pay as much as 100 million annually. How many libraries can afford this? So because of this, the article publishing charges now fall on researchers. As researchers, you might be asked to pay as much as 3,000 USD in today's exchange rate. How many researchers can afford that? So it's either that, if you can't afford, you cede your copyrights to the publishers, and then that responsibility falls on the users to subscribe. How many of our users that are researchers now can actually do that? So they either do that if they can, or resort to pirate sites. I know a lot of us know Sci-Hub, right? That is what brought about Sci-Hub. People are not able, and it's not as if I am justifying it, but these are the unintended consequences of our actions. Now, let's look at the academic community. We have compromised research quality. Put my name syndrome is very common, right? We have salami slicing, we have robust data that because you want quantity, you want to meet up the 50 articles your university is saying, you break that into 10 articles. You have selective reporting of results, where you convert negative result to positive because it appeals, right? It appeals to the publishers. And then you have data falsification. We also have longer publication time due to the number of articles to be peer-reviewed. You submit an article and at times it takes up to a year, at times 2 years. You understand? And because we're not recognizing preprint, where a before production of that article goes online for accessibility, that research stays in the publication process for that long. And this is partly because of low participation of academics in the review and publication process. Also, due to time constraints and insufficient recognition of these roles in research assessment. We have limited focus on collaborative and interdisciplinary researches, I mentioned that, and the perception of the weakening of quality control of the rigorous journals, in quotes. Why? Because they want to expand the publication output to increase the value of their portfolio. The more articles they get, the more profits they get. They are commercially driven. Of course, to institutions, we have loss of credibility and reputation. It's that simple. Now, if what I have been talking about are theoretical, these are screenshots of news of the unintended outcomes. So we have Elsevier also investigating a journal after allegations of power review. More than 10,000 research papers retracted in 2023, and a probe of Norway's most productive researcher. He's alleged to publish over on average, a new study on average every 2 to 3 days. Why? He wants to meet up quantity. We also have sale, urgent call for authorship, right? So the third and fourth authorship position of a journal in Elsevier is up for sale for $465 and $290. Only serious and interested authors should apply. Of course, the ChatGPT article made rounds. I know some of us saw that the researcher forgot to edit that first line, which was obviously written by ChatGPT. And interestingly, it was published by Elsevier. Now, and this is what is making round now. Taylor & Francis is selling research outputs in AI deals, access to our research articles, our output, that we have ceded the copyright or even paid article publishing charges. Again, because they are commercial driven. It's always about the profit. It's not their fault. So, let's look at global research assessment reform, shaping research excellence. Now, one question we get when we talk about research assessment reforms, it's how will you judge if it's not by impact factor, right? So in response to this research culture that has become overly reliant on quantitative indicators, the academic communities interestingly started this. Funders and institutions have come up with initiatives to reform the existing research assessment criteria. Let's take a look at some of them. So we have the San Francisco Declaration on Research Assessment that was started by the American Society of Cell Biology. It actually started from the research community. Then we have COARA, the Coalition of Advancing Research Assessment, FOLEC for Latin America. The Hong Kong Principles was initiated by the Governing Board of World Integrity Conference, and we have the Leading Manifesto. All of these were started by academic bodies and associations. Funding bodies, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation revised their policy recently. They have said they are no longer interested in paying article publishing charges for publication of funded researches. You are responsible as a researcher. And to help researchers do that, because of course, it's so much money, they are telling grant recipients to share preprints on selected print servers. So you openly make your research output accessible on preprint servers that don't charge. We also have Research Excellence for Australia. They are the funders of Australia Researches. And Plan S, which is an initiative of Coalition S. Coalition S is a coalition of funders in the United Kingdom. The European Commission started that. Interestingly, we have some countries following suit too. We have Netherlands, the recognition and rewards program focuses on the content of what researchers themselves see as best achievement and skills. Spain no longer considered only the impact factor, but also details such as whether researches reach non-academic audiences through news report or government document. They will also not consider papers published in non-commercial open access publishing platforms that don't charge publication fees. China has, the reform seeks to not consider commercial indexing platforms, the balance internationalization with domestic needs, and also include quantitative peer review with the traditional evaluation methods. So summarily, what do all of these initiatives have in common? They value complete reporting of the research process, with emphasis on quality, rigor, and ethical standards of research. They also support and reward open access practices, such as the use of research data and preprints to provide access to research findings, and also they fund non-commercial open access journals that don't charge article publishing charges. They consider contributions of all researchers, irrespective of the geographical location, gender, career stage, or disciplinary background. They incentivize a broad range of research activities like commitment to collaboration and policy engagement, and also recognize other non-traditional research tasks like peer review and mentoring. So let's look at the examples of some of these research assessment reforms. So a global medical journal, the Lancet, said that it's going to reject papers that exclude African researchers. So they made that decision after coming across manuscripts submitted by researchers from outside Africa, but with data collected from the continent, with no mention or acknowledgement of a single Africa collaborator. This decision was made at the World Conference of Research Integrity. Remember, they are the initiators of the Hong Kong principles. So this is one of the example of the implementation of research assessment reforms. Also, the Hong Kong principles have given us indicators, from study formulation to dissemination, example of indicators that should be considered in addition to quantitative metrics. We also have Plan S, which was initiated by Coalition S, and the 10th principle is that funders commit to assessing research outputs, the intrinsic metric of research outputs. And they have given an example. Before, research assessment was about competition. Now they're looking at it from the angle of collaboration. Before, journals were reputed for prestige, right? But now for fairness and fast reviews. Also, high selective and flashy newsworthy research was what was being considered. Now we have solid, replicable and robust researches, and also the evaluation would involve not just metrics or quantity, but also qualitative information. It's not all gloomy for Nigerian universities. From our document analysis, we saw some practices that actually align with this Nigerian initiative. So we also have in our assessment, although a bit silent, I will take us through some of them. The very first one is the mandatory deposit of research output into institutional repositories. A lot of our universities have adopted this, interestingly, to improve ranking, right? But I would like to mention that there is an unintended consequence on this. So many of our researchers have not published their researches openly. They have ceded their copyright to publishers. So some of them don't even have the right to upload to the repository. I'm afraid for when the litigation starts, right? That is an unintended. Although we want to upload now, but we don't even have the right to upload our article because we did not pay article publishing charge and have ceded that copyright to publishers. Another very interesting one we found was the inclusion of reviewers' comments of articles to show that the article has actually gone through peer review, which aligns with research openness. But we found that it's just the comments. Nobody goes to what actually the comment is about. If you have a reviewer's comment, you are good to go. It's some form of openness that we can take. So we also have universities that have self-assessment and declaration impact, and or declaration impact and contribution to knowledge in cases of multiple authored articles and multidisciplinary researches. So while we found that some universities were not recognizing that, some universities actually say you can do that. Just tell us what exactly was your role and you'll be considered. So we also have universities that are taking diverse research outputs like radio and television documentary programs. We have curriculum development review and instructional materials, variety and livestock breed releases, I think people from Agric, evidence of marketable research outputs, letters to editors, short notes, open educational resources. So they were also considered as parts of research output. However, for number 5, the faculty members, now this also sits the bar back to the academic community, would determine the quality and acceptance of that. Now, we want a new alternative to this obvious academic colonialism, right? Well, it looks like we're too incentivized individually, so we'd rather stick to the status quo. But we have to do something, so this is a call to action for us. So for our funders, I don't know if they're here, let them look at national open scholarly publishing infrastructure that will provide better community-driven governance and infrastructure for coherence, right? So the power most of these commercial publishers have is that they have aggregated a lot. So if the funders can have open infrastructure that can do this, it will help us. And they can pilot with reputable university-based journals. We have some of them and that are consistent and recognized for upholding ethical practices. So depending on the content and context, you can mandate open publishing of publicly funded researches in reputable national journals and fund the publication process. What we found out is our funders are actually asking researchers to publish in commercial index journals when we have our own journals that they are funding to be quality. And of course, promote publishing and research on indigenous knowledge, our contextual problems. So for the academic community, we must take responsibility for determining how to assess the value of our scientific contributions. We must we can have working groups that will initiate and discuss these metrics on how to contextually reform the current assessment and to better support high quality researches. And of course, build the capacity of our members on research integrity. Institutions can incentivize and reward the editorial and peer review processes of journals. These positions should be reserved for only ethical and responsible academics. The performance should be rewarded and celebrated on evaluation. And it's also important that we reduce their workload so that they will prioritize and concentrate on these roles. Because at times when they have so much workload, some of the
coming up with a general promotion guideline for all universities as a possible, or it will work against the ideas of open access or research integrity. Do you see where is the role of generalizing the
guideline in all of these?
I think we can have guidelines. I don't believe we can have, because our context, remember I said responsible research assessment is contextual, but we can have general guidelines that will pick which is applicable to individual institutions. So say for instance, we're saying open science should be part of research assessment reform. So individual universities can decide what part of the research output should be open. Something like that. There's a general guideline, but there's also contextual implementation at the institutional level. Sorry, there's another person who wants to take.
Yes, okay. Sorry. I just wanted to find out, is there a consideration for equity in the midst of the assessment? Is there some consideration for equity of resources for researchers? Is there anything like that?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, so you are looking at assessing the research.
Yes.
Right. I'm asking if you talked about
sensitization. Yes.
Is there a point where we look at who is being incensed? Yes, and who is not, or who is getting the resources more, for which reason their research output is so and so in quantity, and so yes. That's an inequality as well. So
okay, are you sure that?
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, is also contextual. Incentivization in some universities is as easy as awarding the most productive researcher for someone that has published over 50 articles. In some universities, incentivization is when you publish in commercial indexed journals. So you have a price tag for that. So each individual, nobody looks at all of that quality or where you get the resources for. Just get this in commercial journals, or just get so number of journals. You understand? And you are given an award. Proper.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the predatory journal question he asked. In the universities, there are lots of predatory academic practices which result in publishing in such journals. That's, you mentioned one, put my name syndrome. You know, a group of friends, 6, 7 gather. One is the one doing the work. The others just, their names come on there. And there's no way, maybe there will be a way to determine who actually did what in that research work. And the Academy of Science has carried out a consensus study on predatory academic practices, and we found a lot of things. There are even predatory conferences. So all those proceedings of whatever, a lot of what is there is not okay. And even the conference itself is not a formal conference. It's just a syndicate organizing something. So if we must address quality of research and relevance of research, I got what you said. You said the goal of research is to generate knowledge that improves the society. If that is to happen, we have to overhaul everything and just start from supervision in the universities. The supervisors now are even products of, yes, you agree with me? Yes, because you supervise somebody, he comes for the orals, he cannot defend what is there because it has sublet part of it to a laboratory or something. So I think this problem is a very big problem. CVC, yes. I know you have started tackling it, but I think it should be tackled holistically. My colleagues from other countries, I don't know whether it's like that in your country, but this is my country. That is what we are seeing.
Can I just...
Let me say something too. Let me, as a follow on to what Prof said, I don't know if it's been implemented, but there was a university I heard that if you're going to the rank of the professorial rank, you have to come and defend your research outputs. So this is part of what, if you know you defend your research outputs, then you must know what is there. Of course, these are some of the practices that we can do.
I was also going, just before, I was also going to chip in because she mentioned the bit about collaboration on papers. So I'm not the academic, so you can excuse me if I get it wrong. But there are new forms of review. So like, you know, these days you can review different parts of that paper, and even in the presentation of that, you could actually attribute each part of that paper to one of the authors. You know, and that's already starting to happen. There are these things called narrative CVs as well. I think it's just that it's only one day. I'm sure Dr. Salah would have had some opportunity to share on that, which is why it's important for us to have these frameworks. We're not going to be able to sort of delve into everything in this area today, but if we had some kind of working group, then like what Professor Cannon-Braid was saying, we can continue to unpack and tease this, you know, as we go on.
I guess I'm on here. To address the concern raised by Professor Braid, I know that some journals, specifically, particularly when we have multi-author, multidisciplinary authorship, they will require the contributions of each author to be clearly stated. And beyond even the journals, there are some institutions, for example, University of Lagos, I know that for any promotion on every paper, you are expected to state your contribution in that article. And this will equally guide the assessors in awarding appropriately the mark for the contribution in that paper. So if our university could follow this line, could take the cue from this, I think it will in a way dissuade our colleagues from embarking on this put my name syndrome. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, thank you. I just want to chip in on the issue of research misconduct being a consequence of assessment policies. Because misconduct is not recent in the university system. Even when I was an undergraduate, I was reading through one of my teacher's thesis, and I realized that he manufactured most of the data. And that was even when I was a student, undergraduate student. And I want to caution our institutional leaders who are present. As they reform the assessment process and policies, they need to take into consideration the disciplinary peculiarities. If, for instance, now they're about to adopt a new promotion guideline, and the faculty of us have to take a policy paper to the MP that what you're adopting, based on majority vote, is marginalizing a particular set of scholars. When you require that humanities scholars must have joint publications 30%, 40%, I said, look, it doesn't work. I'm a student. My friend in literature, my friend in philosophy, the man wakes up at night, thinks of something. You ask him to go and collaborate with somebody to write up something. And when you make it compulsory that you should have joint publications, you're actually creating the avenue for misconduct. A university in the, don't let me mention the university, in the southeast, they sent me for review for promotion to professorship of a candidate in history who wrote joint articles with her husband in physics. And it was a question of Shola and Shola, Shola and Shola, Shola and Shola. And nuclear physics for somebody in history of international relations. They don't work. So when I finished my write-up, all I did was, this person should be returned to lecturer 1. Because all the publications that came after lecturer 1 were things done by the husband, not by her. So, but when you are insisting that people should engage in joint work and other things, you are probably encouraging them to engage in research misconduct. And secondly, the overemphasis on impact factor is also putting humanities scholars at a disadvantage. Because before Oleshoga was recognized, you know how long it took. So when we are looking at the humanities, please, those of us who are in leadership positions in universities should please take into consideration those metrics that are not peculiar to science, no, that are peculiar to science, and not make it mandatory for humanities. Otherwise, you create avenue for misconduct. Thank you.
I think the mic is here. Thank you very much, Prof. I am Edwin Momo from Sierra Leone, and thank you very much for drawing attention to that. I was just, toggling between what can we refer to as productivity vis-a-vis prolificity, being prolific and then being productive when it comes to the quality and the relevance of the research. And you make a very good point, because we just concluded for our A&P, appointments and promotions, we did some review of candidates for promotions, and you begin to wonder, how do you assess productivity vis-a-vis prolificity? Because as it were, you mentioned something about incentivizing prolific writers rather than talking about productive ones in terms of quality and relevance. But thank you very much for drawing attention to that.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I think your last quotation, that research is for the development of society. We have to go back to the business of what higher education is all about. At the heart of the matter is the matter of the human heart. The corrupt human heart that seeks to just do things anyhow. And we have to think about how we cure this problem. One of the things that, someone said earlier on about the promotion criteria in our institutions, they drive particular behaviors on account of that. And it is important that we go and interrogate some of those things. But I have proposed, for example, in my institution, that we should not wait for the problems to happen before we cure it. We should cure the problem before they happen. So one of the things that we can do as an example is to say that, look, we should have pre-publication review processes before you even put the thing out there in your college, in your school, or whatever. Have a mechanism and a process for looking at what the person is doing before you even take it out there, and then later on realize that there is a problem with it. By having some of those internal processes, you can cure some of the problems before they even happen. But I think there are many things that we can do to bring higher education back to where it belongs. What we are doing now is leading to a situation where we are producing lecturers and students with qualification but without education.
I just want to, comment on the prolific writing thing. Being a prolific writer is not a bad thing. I think what we should also be thinking about is how to make these prolific writers produce quality research. It's a good thing to have people who are eager to write and to do research in your university. And perhaps we should also, university leaders should also think of how to gather these people, gather their thoughts, make sure they are on the right path, and produce quality research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's an aspect. By the way, I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion and lecture. It was quite well presented. Yes, but coming from the perspective of a scientist, I think there was an aspect I was struggling to see, clearly spelled out, and I didn't see. You see, assessment of researchers in Nigeria, unfortunately, and in many, I don't know, other African countries, has been so much focused on publish or perish syndrome. But recently we started saying, now all the publications you mentioned that, but I was trying to see you tried to hit the effect on the community. So what is the effect of our publication on community? So, and recently we started saying, as a nation that is developing and struggling, we needed to see research for impact. We need to see that these things are moving from the bench, to the market. So how will your research, is your volume of publication, how has it changed, even services or products, has it brought products in the market? So we started emphasizing on such, my university just before I left, and it was a big issue, but now people are keen into that we needed to see, and I told them that in every area, whether you're in the social sciences or you're in the arts or so, your research will be able to have, community impact. Universities are supposed to teach, to research, and provide community service. So we have been asking the question, what is the impact of your research on the community? If there's no community service that are doing, then nothing. So people started struggling, even those in Igbo, those in history, they started seeing how what they are doing, how it will impact on the community. I said there must be a nexus, there must be a connection. And so we're trying to put that as part of our criteria, yes, assessment criteria, and maybe we will still share more. It's a process I was doing before I left as Vice-Chancellor, but we emphasized that you needed to show us the impact of this thing you have been on the community impact of our researches.
We use them because we can't, it interferes with the recording. So the mics are in front of you, you want to speak, use it and put it off. But we're also running out of time, Sadiat. I know it's a very interesting topic, which is why Professor Shefu will oblige us with this working group. But we have one more question. I will take that one and then we will leave. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I think in my contribution, I think we should address the concept of research based on system theory. Why do we engage in research? An average academia wants what? Promotion. If you don't publish, you perish. So with that message, we go out there to make sure that what? We publish so we can get what? Promotion. So how do we prevent an average academia from engaging what? In corruption? Let us set an aesthetic standard. Now we have varieties of standards in different universities. Some universities emphasize quality, some emphasize what? Quantity. In my university, whatever you do, you'll be subjected to an interview before you are what? Promoted. While some universities, once they assess you without any interview, you get what? Promoted. I think at the end of this exercise, let us have a communicate, an agreement on what you call acceptable standard for assessing, for appraising our researchers in Nigerian universities. If not, this problem will continue. That's my submission.
Thank you. One person. Just, please, go ahead.
I want to thank you for the opportunity. My name is Lawal. And I think what we can as well still have to all that has happened here this morning is just to bring in the positive energy of attitude. If the attitude is coming out in a positive way, which is in the area of ethics, definitely we are going to get there. Then we now try to put the quality controls to really measure it. There are different forms of it, which have been mentioned earlier, that can be put in place. But once the ethics is established, and is recognized, I think we'll get it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, I think...
Yes, I think, because I'm sure we have one more. Prof, what can I say?
Thank you, my very senior colleagues. I just want to chip in one comment. There's something that I've always been saying, and I believe that this thing has been repeated here in different ways. And the emphasis should always be African research for African development. Because if our research is not focused towards our development, then we will have problems. And that is what is leading us into intellectual slavery. You see, you will have carried out a research in Nigeria, published in a closed access journal. Even you as the author cannot access what you published. Then how much more? How do the people in your country even benefit from what you have produced? And that now leads us to what we are agitating for as open science or open access. If we're able to develop journals produced in Nigerian universities, we're able to upgrade them, make them open, forget about the financial benefits that the association gets from these publications, then I think we'll be able to benefit from our research and improve our assessment of what we produce in the universities. Thank you, sir.
From Professor Alassane. Our next speaker, we talk about the model open access, open science policy of Nigeria. Professor Conrad, we talk about the open access model that the CVC has come up with in collaboration with WACREN. Thank you very much.
Mama. Hello, yeah. I'm fine. Are we in the morning or in the afternoon? It's cold here. And when we grew up in the village, it's still cold this morning. When sun come at night, in the afternoon. So is the afternoon or morning? Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Salah, is it this? Okay, okay. I think I have it. Wait, I never reach you. Come now, this thing is okay. I've decoded it. I will publish in open access. So now, good morning, everyone, and I'll try and run through a few things. There's nothing spectacular about it, and I'll try not to make trouble. Because I was sure to say I make trouble, so I won't make trouble today. Okay. Now, in March, we were able to evolve a model open access policy for Nigeria. And if you have that document, you can check it up. You will find that the preface of the document is written by no other person than the CVCNU Executive Secretary himself. So, but we will begin to, and the policy is there, the document is there, but traction is a big problem. Once again, it's always a big problem with us. So it's often not that the documents are not available. It's often not that policies themselves are not available. Is when I conclude, I think we'll come to that thinking. Nigeria now has a model open science policy. I happen to have
midwife the policy itself, seeing that I probably the first person to have written open access, open education resources and open repository policy in Nigeria. Covenant has all three, and personally drove the writing of those policies even as it today, and that's as far back as 2012. So I was told to see that this one also did come out, and we've done that. But now we're talking about taking it beyond just being on WACREN website, and we need to take a few things. Well, if you look at the preface, certain things are captured there. It speaks about strategic direction to boost the capacity of Nigerian universities to engage in research that grows a knowledge-based economy and society. Every time I read this, Singapore comes to my mind, and I wonder whether we can actually, that Oyibo not too much for us, a knowledge-based digital economy and society. That's two things in one. It also speaks about vision to create a dynamic ecosystem driven by open science, fostering innovation, enhancing social trust in research and development. The very last one again is a big problem. Society trust on what is coming out from our stables. Whether was salami, was so many things are coming out. Put my name. Don't make, now we take grow. Put my name, now it take grow. Call for me. And so whether it's put my name or call for me, you don't become professor anyhow. God will help us. And then he also spoke of an overarching goal to instill within our research community a culture of openness, which we seem to be very, very much against. I don't know why. Everything we do is against openness, actually. It's only in this part of the world we think that if I open up, I'll go less. We actually, our cultural disposition is against openness. But when I studied our past, I realized our forefathers were very collaboration, knowledge sharing for the ultimate benefit of society. If anything shook that lack of openness was COVID. But I think because we didn't die much from COVID, we didn't learn the openness. COVID came and then we stood, and then whether it was because they say we took 2B or whatever it was. So since we're not dying as other people were dying in the world, like, okay, we stay close. I mentioned. So it concludes, the prefect concludes that the success of this policy lies in the collective, the term there, collective effort of policymakers, institutions, researchers, and the wider community. And why? To usher in a new era of scientific excellence and social progress. Very good worded document. And so, while we're talking about institutionalization, why do we even need open science policy? What's the difference between open science, open access, and all of that? Why is it important? The model defines a groundbreaking shift, the definition of it, all of that. It talks about prioritizing collaboration, accessibility, and transparency across the entire scientific journey, whether of the individual or institution or the society as a whole. We can point hand to countries that have evolved in that. A good one is China. Now, forward-looking approach is to dismantle barriers. I don't know how we're going to do that. We compete so much that we kill ourselves. We don't understand cooperation, promote openness, exchange of data, method and results. Ultimately, it cultivates a more inclusive and dynamic scientific community. And openness encompasses various movements, all of that, but all is working together to accelerate discovery, champion democratized approach to knowledge creation. So, eventually, what do we really want to get out of it? It's therefore necessitate a different policy making approach. We must begin to think of policy making in a different light, in a real different light. I still ache that COVID did not get us where I thought it would get us. And I think it's because we didn't lose so many people. We missed COVID again. COVID was a revolution of it, we missed it. We missed all revolution. Now we are the fourth revolution. Then for COVID was the fourth revolution. The one they call fourth is the fifth one. COVID was a revolution, and we missed it because God kept us. We are okay. But the people that had it, when you go out, the people that had it, they had to rethink entirely. They were strategizing and all of that. As I take Indian as a new science, technology, innovation policy, just because of COVID, to redirection entirely, to place them in the first three in the world. That's massive. Just because of COVID. Because they saw COVID. COVID showed them Shege. So they sat down and looked at Shege. And they Shege the Shege. But we're just here, God protect us. God will continue to protect us. Even as we the born children, God will feed them. So we do that. Adequately prioritize and strategize across the science, technology, innovation landscape in alignment with the United Nations SDG goals, and then promote investment in research and innovation, which is a big one for us to shape our future, and of course boost national competitiveness and growth. We're hoping that's what policy will do for us. Openness itself is meant to promote open science. So it's the idea that the public should have access to all output. I don't know whether myself and my colleagues, we know us now, funded by government. We can ask that fund how much of what he has funded is in the public domain. And only that fund we get, and one person get 90 bit. So now that fund we get, we'll talk about that fund. But how much of what has funded is in the that fund is still publishing book, courts and this thing. Now who is going to read them? So I was coming, I hope it's not time for that problem. So I was coming, I saw some books, I mean I saw some books like me. They start them well and I said, who will read this thing now? So I'm not sure it's it's open. But it's stuck there in heaps. Maybe one day we'll go born and I'll give them out. Yes, I know now. Call investors and give them copy. This is put them near desk and they're rich. Who's going to read it? But it's a document that should be in the public domain. But it's funded by heavy tech fund, isn't it? Yes, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. The access will cover scholarly publication, research, and all of that, all of those places. So open science seeks to ultimately evolve an ecosystem where research data, infrastructure, resources, and knowledge are accessible to all. And that will result in equitable participation in science, increasing access to research output, more transparency and accountability in research, inclusiveness, better resource utilization, because if we share, we get a lot of things done. Promote constant exchange of knowledge between producers and users of knowledge, and drive learning and innovation. Now this is UNESCO's recommendation. A lot of things are come from citizen science, which is raging right now, to open source, open innovation. Microsoft is doing their citizen science. You don't need to know anything about coding. You you design something. While that is running, a lot of us don't even know that it exists. Open evaluation, crowdfunding, open labs, open hardware. So imagine we have open labs, open evaluation, open notebook, open access, open hardware. Now the idea is that you design something, a design of the schematic of that design you put online, open. If you don't know, if you have ever had Geno or one of those phones, their whole system is online, it's open. So it's generic. You take it, design an Android. You take the Android from Google, you put it in, and you have a phone. Vietnam is making phones. Nigeria is buying phone. So ultimately, the benefit of adopting and institutionalizing open science will be a whole lot. National collaboration, exchange, and network. Critical mass to address national and global challenges, which we need. Competitive funding, promoting excellence. visibility for leading research and innovation, national international mobility, which is serious. Mobility is good, jackpot will reduce. Because everybody is jackpotting now. It's actually because people don't know that they could be mobile. There's a mobility program by the EU, there's a mobility program by the African, but we don't buy into it, we just loop. And then all the money you're still looking for, we still get that, we still have on 2 places. But then creating new market opportunities for research output, strengthening research and innovation landscape in Nigeria, and attract and promote what? The best brain, hopefully. Now, what do we need to do? The first thing we need to do, the policy is there. Policy is no longer an issue. We evolve the policy, is there. Does it need review? Maybe. It's not a document cast in stone. You can always review them. So it's a living document. But adopting an institutional open access policy will require a future-looking and all-encompassing science, open science framework. And should be built primarily to provide access to scientific data, information, knowledge, resource to everyone in the country. This is serious. This is what we need to look at. Place all who are engaged in the Nigerian STI ecosystem on an equal partnership basis. Everybody's playing. University, polytechnic, user, non-user, everybody's in. Funders, regulators, everybody's in there. Can SON show me what their analysis is? Can NAFDAC tell me the outcome of that review? I want to see it. The US government just declassified hundreds of documents. Area 52, Area 51, I'm reading it. But I don't know anything about my country. Open governance, open things. We need to know. How do I know that the drug you approved was well approved? Or somebody said, take them for there and say, go. Openness. Yeah, it's part of research. Because I could take this data, analyze it, put out a trend, and then we know where we're heading. And I could even advise them better after the analysis, isn't it? Yeah, so if a national framework to run the policy, science run policy will help us in this line. It's not exhaustive, but we have a national STI observatory where we could begin to look at things collectively from all angles. Science and Technology Research Archive, which we should have, I will repeat again, we should have. And so everybody involved should be thinking, you need to drive a number of things. You know, I told you last time, me, that they bring work on. We should have things that, because the USC, they have those, you see books written, a lot of things coming out, archive. Open data for policy, open data policy for publicly funded research. Of course, open access is there. Research facilities that are accessible, open. National consortium negotiation. Yeah. She was talking earlier about somebody coming in charge one school, how much? Nobody does that anymore. Does Nigeria have a negotiating consortium? No. I was trying to third from. Do something like that. It doesn't occur to them like what he's talking about. So if you do that, you negotiate at national level. And you pay less. With a whole lot of things. You know what you want, what you don't want. I don't want this one. We don't need this one. Take that one away. And you negotiate. All the schools, all universities are. And then even test for yourself begin to monitor payment. You risk, you work. That's what I evolve in common university. You just write, I pay. Don't bother about paying. Just write. The bills come to me. I negotiate. Do whatever. Just write, I pay. Don't bother about the payment. Just put in the highest journal. I will pay, and I will negotiate. And that's just one school, and it can be done at national level. But you suggested that, and they are looking at me from Planet Mars. Like, what are you talking about? So we need that. Strengthen local journals. We must. It's not somebody has journal in his house. He's the editor-in-chief, the co-editor-in-chief, the chief editor-in-chief. He's all the editor. And cut for them. They do promotion. No. How much of our journals are Ajo alone? And how much of Ajo journals are open access? And how many journals in Ajo are themselves high impact? 2%. My asked Susan recently again. Yeah. We need libraries, open libraries. Repositories should be not only interpretable but interconnected. Federated accounts. One login takes everybody to everywhere. Not me, myself, and I. We are fighting and jostling for what? If I do a single search, you search all the repository, I get what I want. Why do I need to have UI login? I have Covenant login. Have this one login. Then what will I'll need a carton of login. Dragging them go to repository. You don't need that. Yeah, logger. By the time you finish logging, you are logged out. Open education resources, and then of course it will manifest into learning space. We must wake up. Learning space is changing fast. The young generation don't want to sit in class and stare at you and you with your old outdated note. In fact, they laugh at you. They will be like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So note you're reading. Better they are just logging up there, particularly reading old note to them and looking at a new note. If I'm looking at a note that was written yesterday, and they've turned the note to Word and all manner of things, and here you are, somebody has done a doodle on the note. You know what you call a doodle? When they write and draw figures. So I done a doodle on the note, and here you are still telling them, if you don't write my note, you won't pass. Like, Baba, shift go one side. Learning space is expanding. It's becoming more more E. It's not physical. We're talking about the Agenda 63 of 2016 of AU. We're looking at roomless education. So, but we're already in 2024. And we think it's far. It's not far. Be like United Millennium Goal. We think it's far. By the year 2000, everybody go get a house, buy wife, buy husband, born all the children. They're everywhere. You can't. Nobody not ready. Like we change it to SDG instead of MA. Now we change the thing because millennium. We think it's far. It's not far. It was not far at all. All right. So largely it should be community driven, supported with necessary institutional mechanism, support development and deployment of tools and application in regional languages. Yeah. To some extent, because we're going beyond citation. The impact we're talking about now is no longer impact of citation, we're talking about social impact. How many people read your paper to use it will not necessarily cite you? Can you read in their different languages? We are translating Bible and Quran, whatever, Bible into different languages. Why can't we translate research into different languages? And in the AI days, you don't need anything spectacular to do it. You just put the thing there, something that translates it, and it's there. So what's the big idea? If the man can read it in Igbo and understand it better than he read it in English and now do the research and get the result, PRODA will be a better place. Wouldn't it? Okay. And then promote interoperability and share ownership among national stakeholders and of course international partners that we may have. So how do we deploy? Let me try to round up this morning. We must engage strategic planning. Not now the policy is there, so what do we do? And this is just my own pulled up. It could be bigger than this, more elaborate than this. When the planners want to say that they can plan something more elaborate, but the point of it is that it should work. It should work. Transparency and stakeholding should be involved, because oftentimes this is where the problem starts. We were having a meeting last time, and the Polytechnic person said, "You're always talking about universities," and it's true. So you don't call it the College of Education and Polytechnic. You don't always call us. You say Nigerian University. University is not the only people, and it's true. So transparency and stakeholdership is often narrow. In fact, I went for a national program in Kano. But by the time we got there, they said the program had finished, and it was the first day. Yeah, I don't know. I flew in from Lagos, reached there. By the time I reached there, where the venue now, they say nah here. Eventually I got to the place, like, okay, I met tables were set. Okay, what's going on? I was asking a question. I had to call the manager. They gave me number. Now I say the person chief say is going back to Kaduna. What happened? I say program is finished. How many people come? And it was a national policy. If I mention it, all of us go cry. It was a national policy, and I was coming with the review we had done. It was supposed to be a 3-day meeting. By 12 o'clock, the meeting don't close. all men don't work. And that policy is running today. That policy is running today. Maybe I was still sleeping. In fact, the person that followed me was like, oh God, I thought it's doing. Because the non-academic staff, the nice is a technical person, so he had followed me. I'm chairman of the committee from my end. He had followed me. He was not looking at me. Okay, when the meeting finished, I said, "Mo, go sleep for hotel. Tomorrow morning we'll go back. This will not go see flight today again." Prioritization and flexibility to align to political priorities. We must. I think sometimes we forget this. We academics we forget that politics run the whole show. Leave this matter. And if we don't take politicians and all of them to be in it, we'll just speak Oyibo. They'll put under their desk. They go approve the one with their eyes see. We need to start playing the politics very well. Internal program coherence and synergies with other. Within the institution, there should be what? Internal program coherence should be there. It should be constant. It's not the one that this or that. We should forget this. Now this man be busy. When they come on, he say, "That one not concern me." And then there's synergies with other programs that exist in the system. It should be. Then we should look at the Open Science Central Strategy and ROI plan. Orientation, practice, and timeline should be well defined. All right. Areas of partnership and mission should also be well defined. Who is doing what? Instead of fighting, because we must call this meeting federal ministry. This one say meeting overseeing ministry. They don't say I'm overriding ministry. They don't say I'm overacting ministry. And then there's tussling and fighting instead of aligning out area of priorities and knowing who should run what. So you bring something, now that go tell you they go review, and some go say, now they're not supposed to review. So, but son, do your own, and let them that do their own now. The government will set up, know what they set up. But the infighting is there, so we're not getting the best out of the system. Then there should be holistic stakeholdership consultation. Everybody should be on the table. I believe that will work. Everybody should be on the table because it's open. In fact, the real thing about openness is holistic. Being holistic, it's open. Let everybody come. Even the idea of the man we will not take is still a good idea. We can have it as a 11th man idea. Keep it in the closet for now. Then it should end up in having working groups for knowledge exchange and policy formulation. And then we should look at the 3 levels of government. Particularly now that particularly Nigeria, we now hear that local government don't become their own man. Local government should also talking about research too now. State government research. You know, it's only federal government we talk about research. Even a federal government, but there's local government, and there is a council chairman of local government should be talking about research, and the state government about research. That government, everybody is distilled down. Everything is distilled down. The local government have control, all of that. Okay. When they use food block my this, this food sharing. Now, I also think it should be in phases. The first phase is to encourage, promote, and endorse open access policies and practices in institutions and all of that. The word there is encourage. It's not NUC fiat. Yeah, it should be encouraged because particularly in the open cycle, we don't use word like must, shall. When we did the correction of the OERO policy, I was at NUC and I had to tell my senior uncle Kebukola, no sir, you can't use such words. It's not a military cantonment. Shall, we, must. I say now, Oga Rashid was still around then. I'm like, that day he said he had cough. When I asked questions, his cough ran away. He said, do you have fund to fund it? I said, we'll use it at accreditation criteria. No, you can't just jump like that. Do you have fund to fund it? Because you cannot tell me shall and not give me what to shy it. If you say shall, then you must give me what to shy it. If not, you have to just encourage me. If I can, I do. If I cannot, I stay. So we should encourage open science policy adoption. Promote it, endorse it. How? Incentives. Find a way to push it. Phase 2, we should run the fair research data pilot mechanism to monitor the policy. We should monitor the policy. monitor using the FAIR standard. And then phase 3, research data infrastructure resources to be open. Also, the data itself, the facility itself, even as far as labs, open labs. I'm coming, I can have access to the lab. So if third firm says they have centers of excellence, do I have access? I should have access. There's no in my institution, does not mean I should not have access. It's my country's money. Why should I be a researcher in Nigeria? I have no access to those centers. Isn't it my money? It's my money, my money. But you say no. The research I do in Nigeria, do I carry to Ghana? No. It's not, but those centers, are they clustered and head our own limited? It should be fair, it should be open. Those centers should automatically become open centers, but run on a fair basis by default, so that then we will see that it's not just a piece of paper, but it's a workable thing. Assessment practice should adopt researchers and research assessment. A lot has been said. I won't push too much about that. And the policy action will have a higher chance of lasting if the practices are essential. You just put incentive on them. It's motivation. You must have a way of following what you put incentive on. In fact, there are negative incentives. You know, you say, don't touch this, is an incentive. That's when you touch it. Then practice should be embedded in the entire research community. Open science and open access and all of that, but the entire research community should not be left to be something. It should not be left for promotion thing. It should be what we do. We should start thinking it, talking it, involving in it. Talk it in class. Talk it while you are working. Go outside. You are going for practice. What are you doing? Talk it. Use things that are involved. So it's not that, oh, for promotion. Because if it lives on promotion, it will die with the promotion. People just do promotion and they're rich. And then, of course, we should change researchers' evaluation system to suit such things. A lot has been said. So many things, people have many ideas. If we have a holistic engagement, we'll come up with something that is workable. All right. Rather than a shortcoming. Right. So, if you have somebody, he has good impact factor, but he has also been very active in the society, in the industry, with tangible proof to show. In fact, I was discussing recently about having some of the product in my institution, how I can design special DOI to reach them, so that they become available. I'm discussing seriously on that. Because they don't have DOI. Nobody is citing such things, but they are impactful. How do you run that? How do you run that? So it's not just about impact factor for citation. A well-salamied citation. All right. Best possible approach, multidimensional criteria for evaluation, considering that is required to be relevant to the researcher and career, so we'll look at it everywhere. And then, of course, adopt open science-centered assessment schemes. Awareness is important. It will amaze you to realize, to know that a lot of our people don't know what open science, open access is all about. You say, by the which one be that one again? Awareness. Not awareness for promotion, awareness as learners and as instructors, as teachers, as instructors, as learners. I'm talking about the student know what open science is. It's ingrained in the doing. If ask any of our students now in school whether they know Yahoo, they know. They know because it's very open. They know. They know. How can they know Yahoo and don't know open science? They don't know anything, but they know Yahoo. Who taught them? Did you teach it in class? How many of you go to class and say Yahoo today? Yahoo, Yahoo. The slide is saying Yahoo. Nobody. But they know. Because the information is what? Open. Training on open access and open science become integral higher education, and setting up skills centers if need be. Competency skills centers to grow, because it's not something that is stopping soon. It's so we're going. The world is pushing towards openness. In fact, you are just told that the beginning said we are no longer going to pay for Once upon a time, we will pay for APC. They are not paying for APC now. Put it in open repository. Who say no, say and make it there. Now we pay for the thing. Because the more they pay so much money for publications. So why not put that in the research itself to help humanity? Then governance and sustainability. This is one of the most important part of deploying this policy. Organize governance and funding in a way to reinforce the policy, not kill it. Not let people go their own way and na me thing. Set up effective coordination and harmonization of the existing system. The harmonization is very important there because we need synergy. Every time I go around and see there's a total lack of synergy. We're always at war, and I keep wondering what are we fighting for. And I think it's just a few extra code, a few things in the pocket. I mean, NOTAP and Minister of Trade. But they're the one that came to my school to teach me about IP. Don't be who teach me, I go follow. You were sitting in your office in trade and this, you didn't come to me. So the man that came to me, I should not follow him. It's that bad. I was tagged. NOTAP man. Do I work with NOTAP? I'm director of research, not NOTAP man. But they're supposed to be working. So you put open science in that kind of space, it's dead. One will drag leg, one will drag your hand, the hair go break. Like two children dragging a door. Evolve multi-actor open system, open science, and not one size fit all. The size that fit potentially cannot fit universities. In fact, the size that fit a state university cannot fit a federal university because funding is an issue. Privacy is an issue. Evolve something. But it must be there. There should be a central model, and then we look at it, we twig it. It's not a one size fit all. It's not stockings. We should have that, and it's very important that we do that. Hello. Now you be the mechanic. Okay. Now these are the set innovative niche economies around the world. In Nigeria, you have South Africa, Botswana, and Kenya, and we are the giant. And if you check them, they are running fast in the place of what? Openness. Those two, they are running fast in the place of openness. South Africa, Kenya follow just like that. Oh well. Okay, what happened? So you find out that already in Africa, openness is tying to development. We cannot afford to be on the back bench over this. I don't want to talk about that. Now the one who concern me, they are Africa. All right. Then let me start trying to round up now. What is the reality? The elephant in the room. Now this is open science, open knowledge, open science infrastructure, open engagement, and open dialogue. Is all of it. Every other thing around, whether open access or is all about that. But what's really the issue? Openness is easy to talk about. It's cheap to talk about. We are talking in that very cheap. Policy day, very cheap. Right time, put together. But open data is more difficult and sometimes even turning to impossibility in Nigeria. Yeah, it's not difficult. Now impossibility in Nigeria. Because take adoption policy for example. We involve open access, open educational resources, and open in repository policy since 2012. It's on our website. People have not adopted it. In fact, you just take it, you just do auto-find. Auto-find your school, just say replace and save it. It's now yours. It's as cheap as that. But how many universities have open access policy? It's just there. It's that cheap. Developing, managing, curating, and using large data. We're talking big data and all that now. We're in the IoT age. Everything generating data. As we see that all your phones are generating data on you. Those pieces of gadgets you have, if I tell you what they are, they just generate data on you. Your home will soon tell you that it's time to go home. Abi? Now you know you pass your wife and your husband. It's time to go. Where you're going now is 6 minutes longer. There is go slow on the way. I think you like to read this kind of book. You watch one video yesterday, tomorrow will bring you many in life. Yeah, interesting video for you. Last year at this date, they show you your picture. That piece of thing, monitor your life. See? Monitor spirit there with you. You they pray every night. You are holding in your hand. Developing system and software to undertake these tasks and keep abreast of the evolution that is happening in this space is also very, very taxing. It's not cheap, both in engaging in one way or the other. So it's cheap to talk about. I'm a realist, but I'm an optimistic realist. So it's easy to talk about the principle, but the engagement is. So we must begin to look at that. However, the real elephant in the room and the strongest challenge against institutionalization of open science is rather more personal and thus what? Communal. And what is that? Conceptual perception inertia. We don't want to come on where we did. This is the real elephant in the room. And it could, now it's no longer in the room, it's in the China shop. That means there's going to be a lot of breakage if we must move. That's really where we are. That's really, in fact, this is the key point of my talk today. Because we have so many of this talk and we'll go back and nothing happens. Now, collective perception, somersault is required. We need to, everybody here, this is a leadership meeting, we need to, what do? We must immediately change our perception, personal projection, if we must change our behavior. If as a man think it, so yeah. We must provide a new way to look at the same issue. What is that issue? Our issue in Nigeria. You know let person do. You know go work. Money not there. This one not there. That one not there. But is it really true? Is it really true? But we are buying, every day where they pass bank go full. I say the same one. Who they now what are they collect? All the ATM you have 30 full. Everywhere full. They go draw. You think of all these people now what are they collect? I be how? So we must, if we must have a positive, progressive, and functional engagement, we must evolve anyway. We must challenge here. Ladies and gentlemen, our hands are not our problem. Money is not our problem. No, the things we're talking about is here. There is the, the let person do. We must change that perception. We must critically review our motivation. What motivates us? What's our motivation towards? The research we are talking about, what is the motivation? Is it to contribute to society? Leadership that we take, what's our motivation? From chief executive of the university or public education or whatever, to the deans and the HODs, to all of us, why am I going into this position? Why am I fighting for it? Is it to better a department or is to So what really motivates? Our motivation must change. If our motivation don't change, nothing changes, will still be there. You say only a fool, only a madman does the same and expect what? A different result. Only a madman. But we are not mad. Although I begin to think maybe we should review that one. It's in Nigeria I see madman controlling traffic. So I was wondering to myself, who's really? Something's going on here. Madman was eating from dustbin. Look at Fort Junction. There's commotion everywhere. In his 5 minutes of sanity, he could tell that this is not okay. He goes in there. People are driving jeep. I'm sure you have probably been one of those jeep. And madman, they say, come, you obey him. Stop, you obey him. Like, wow. I came out from the car I was in. I walked past the place. Madman not going to control me. I couldn't take it. I'm like, what? Am I sane or am... And he was walking. In fact, the traffic warden led the position for him. A man, you could see his genitalias, was controlling traffic. And everybody was obeying him. If he leaves that commotion, So we need a review. The real elephant in the room is here. Our culture, our expectation regarding development as a whole, and of course research, innovation, and my closing thought. Globally, Nigeria, like most Africans, are very good at taking up policies. But when it comes to implementation, go carry last. Are we going to continue to carry last? We say due to lack of strong system. Who will make the system? It is we. Systems don't become strong on their own. People make them. Stable leadership, integrity, poor interinstitutional engagement. Every institution is just fighting and competing. So, the model must not follow similar trajectory, or we'll get nothing much out of it. It's already there. We're no more writing the policy. The policy is already written. We must begin to deploy it now. The framework and related key policies, because even the policies going to require other policies to make it work. So we need to sit and begin to look at that. And then, of course, the instrument must tackle acquisition of data, usage management, publication, translation, and a host of other things. Thank you very much. I hope there's no question. Eh? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, sir. Okay, that will work. All right.
Thank you very much.
I thank you for the good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And the way you brought the whole thing down. Your explanation of the Yahoo being made open. Even today, if you look within our society, you discover that some parents even try and push their children, their wards, to go and learn Yahoo.
It's apprenticeship now.
Yeah.
There's apprenticeship
because they know about it.
Apprenticeship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they want them to know. So it tells us the openness in Yahoo. And when we look at our own side, that fund, for example, which you've mentioned, the fund researches, but the result of these researches, the outcomes, are not made open. They are just given to the library, as you've mentioned. They are put in some other places and maybe in the shelves, gathering dust in the third fund area. The outcomes should be able to be given to the industries, to the government agencies who needs them a lot. Because I'm sure many of the outcomes and results were great. The result that these researches, funded researches are brought out, they were really very great. But no one knows about it, especially in the industries, in the science, in the engineering.
Even we that are colleagues don't know about it.
We don't know about it.
You got
government that should support more policy better.
The lady I know they got a phone that you bought a new computer or bought a new car.
That's it.
Alpha. I say, I want to be like him when I grow up.
So many of us are beneficiaries of this third fund. So I think it's an area we need to look at very well, and I don't know what we can do about it. Maybe a suggestion might be made here.
Prof is here. That's why we are holding him by the waist.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Just for information, we have an understanding with TED Fund that all the NRF research outputs should be uploaded onto the TERA's website. So that digitization is currently taking place. And hopefully, the containers of you. Yes. And hopefully, before the end of this year, we will see it as part of the TERA's platform that all the NRF research will be open to all Nigerians. It's already ongoing.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I have actually looked at the document from which you gave this delivery, and it's a very good document. There is something that you mentioned there about breaking down barriers unfortunately, the nature of the barriers is not properly captured in the document. We must have a very clear understanding of what these barriers are. Without understanding the barriers, the solutions that are being proposed may not be workable solutions. I think there is some sense of what the barriers are if you read through the entire document, which I have read through. Because a point that you made earlier on, which is something that we must all consider, that openness has to start with an open mind. Open mind. Because we can all speak publicly about being open. Until you cure the problem in the mind, we would not go anywhere. All of us sitting in this room were trained or brought up in an academic environment that promoted copyright. That says that things must be protected and the individual must benefit. If you belong to that particular tradition and now you are being asked to move from copyright to copyleft, that means that leave the copy openly. Unless there is a change of mindset, this would not happen. I have been an ambassador of open educational resources and provided many training, and I find that ultimately change in mindset and change in the way we think is very key to how we succeed. If not, you put all the infrastructures and everything in place, and the impact will still be zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, sir. You had that. Thank you.
To join others in congratulating you for a well-delivered lecture. And I also want to thank you for being bold enough, coming up with a policy statement on this. I know it's a whole lot of work that has gone into that. But be that as it may, we've talked about and we've heard about open science. I now wonder if in all of this, the openness is there, the will is there, what of the infrastructure to facilitate this?
No, the will is not there.
I said if, assuming it is even there.
If the will is there, infrastructure will come. The will power every other thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with you to some extent, sir. But as it is now, what of the infrastructure? As I'm seated right here, to even access, to get full bar of internet here is a big problem for me.
I agree with you.
And these are major things that, for example, if I needed to access Library of University of Illinois, Chicago, it's even easier than for me to access my own institutional library. Talking about a library. So these are some of the problems. If people are willing to actually put in their resources into the e-libraries, the university repositories, how available, how accessible are these?
So, let's say that we don't.
Do you mind if I respond to that, Professor Mohim, so I save you, and so you can have some tea as well?
Oh, okay, thank you.
So there are two things I've observed in this conversation. So from a WACREN perspective, we have brought the leadership who will drive and do all of these things. But I know, and I noticed this in the meetings as well, that there's this, the leaders say, oh, there's a problem. There is no will. Who is going to do this? Then why are we leaders if we can't do these things? Why is it that we continue to say the same things over? Now, in some parts, I agree with Conrad. In some parts, I vehemently disagree. Because that's the point. If you know what the issue is, you understand what the issue is, and you can break it down in your own context, what stops us from taking the next step? So like I said at the beginning of my welcome, that I'm actually very grateful to the CVC and Professor Shefu for moving very decisively with what we've done in the last 6 months, 1 year. In the same way, Sierra Leone has done the same thing. So the same policy, this policy is the LIBSENSE initiative has a template based on the UNESCO Open Science recommendations, which is why you don't see everything detailed, because it does say that. It says it stems from those recommendations. And if you've read those recommendations, all those challenges, because it was a global consultation, a lot of that was captured. And beyond that, there's a lot of similarity between countries of a certain size and type. So there's really nothing new here. Now, we also know that there are examples everywhere. So Dr. Salah was pointed out to global examples. We know that you know of most of those global examples. So maybe, can we just stop complaining and just do something? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good conclusion. We need to stop talking and act. I'm a true believer of that. It's action, action, action. For purposes of the diverse audience, I just need a little clarification on the tech fund. Is it equivalent to our GET fund, or this is specially devoted to technology advancement, is it? Tertiary, okay, then I get it. Yeah, so, Omo, I think that Ghana and Nigeria, we are brothers and sisters, Abi. So, as Prof has eloquently delivered, I just think this is a very good policy document that has been prepared. Is it in a draft form or has been accepted already? Is it in a draft form? Can you share? Can we share? I only just need to take it back and change some few words here and there. I don't have to reinvent the wheel, do I?
Precisely, Dr. Peglo. That was the whole point. So we had LIBSENSE working groups who distilled that into a draft, a short template, which each country could take and contextualize. But because these issues are the same, largely, from country to country, especially in Africa, we thought it covered most. So in Nigeria, it was taken by good Professor Omohimi and finalized. In Sierra Leone, because the STI policy was being evolved at the same time, and they had just set up an STI council, they have included a lot of that into their STI policy as well, which the government is driving. So every context will be different. We have this, I'm sure you're familiar with our LIBSENSE National Open Science Roadmaps. So the purpose of that is to socialize this template and have people come around it. So please, we would, and then I'm sure Professor Shefu will be very supportive and provide the advice that we need here. But I think, thank you very much, Professor Ohimi. Let's give you some time to have your tea. And so what we will do, well, I mean, we can network now. We're supposed to have a tea break, but we had a working tea break. We'll have a group picture to capture today, because, I'm sure that the leaders today, this is going to be a momentous day, and there are certain things we will do today that we will remember afterwards. So please make sure you're in the picture so they don't say, where were you? So thank you very much. Of course, there's a mic in front of you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my senior colleagues and my ARKs. My name is Chinwe Veronica Nunobi. I listened to part of the conversation and the presentation, and what touched me so much is that he said that the challenge we have is in us. And another thing that struck me is that he said, the moment we open up, that's as people, without segregating, without putting grid walls, we are going to achieve a lot. And I'm happy you say that South Africa, Botswana, and which other country? Kenya, they are leading in openness. They are leading in innovation. And that's because they are actually, they have embraced openness fully. Nigeria, the major challenge we have, like you said, is trying to believe that the other person out there doesn't have anything to offer. And I'm happy that this is LIBSENSE. LIBSENSE has very serious, it said library and information scientists are central to it. I'm not speaking because I'm a librarian, because I've been before I became a librarian, I'm a scientist. But I want to tell us that if we really want to achieve this openness, library and information science professionals must be at the center. Ask me why. The engineers, scientists, humanists, their own knowledge is evolving, and they are moving, they are chasing the knowledge. And the library and information scientist is evolving in the area of information packaging, information dissemination, information production. If you see these two young ladies that are wearing cap, they are library and information, they are the champions of LIBSENSE, and they are librarians. I saw Omo and I saw Owen in Sweden. Those who are championing openness are library and information scientists. They are very smart ones because their competencies are evolving along that line. And then, when you, like that South Africa, Botswana, he said, and Kenya, I saw in Sweden, the people that came are library and information scientists. And we did open repository conference. That is everybody all over the world, in fact, in the global north. Not, I didn't see, I saw only South Africans. And then I saw Owen. These are the people coming from the West Africa. Owen and Omo. The University of Chama that hosted the conference, the department is library, in the library. So the moment we decide that we should do something, bringing in library and information, at the time we are going to do discussion, I will say more. But I want to drop it here, just like the terrorists we are talking about. Only very few, 1, 2 librarians, they say the national librarian will be there to represent them. If you don't decide policy, bringing in research data directorate, you, each and every one of you, be it in the university, be it in the colleges of education and polytechnics, you have research directorate. And often, library and information scientists are not there. These are the people that are championing openness in various ways. And there are smart ones. Don't mind the old people like us. There are very smart ones who have evolved their skills, their competencies, that we do it and do it well. The moment we do that, you see that we move forward. Thank you very much.
So I think on that note we should close that session, but I would one final remark about the question about infrastructure. It's a very valid question. I think, yes, connectivity, another valid issue. That is the raison d'etre for research networks, and I work for one of them. But I was also going to say, even when you were mentioning the challenges, you talked about the relative ease of use in publishing elsewhere. So it is not to say you cannot publish there, because you already do that. The connectivity is enough for you to publish elsewhere. Whatever it is that you say is not here, you're already using infrastructure that is somewhere else. So it is, again, it comes down to the will, the consensus, and the collaboration to get what you want. So rather than sort of making this somebody else's problem, it is time we took this problem into our hands. Professor Schaefer, I wanted to ask, the presentation about terrace, will you be making that? Or will you just speak to it briefly? It is after the photographs. Excellent. Okay, so we'll just let you finish your tea, give you about 5 minutes, then we'll take a picture. Who is doing that? Are we going downstairs? Okay, health break, take a walk, yes, is that waste? Mm-hmm. So, Karen?
sans toi. Je me sens vide sans toi. Penses-tu à moi?
Okay, we're about to start again. I hope you enjoyed your little health break and you're able to call your PAs and your assistants to make sure work is going on while you are here. So, okay. So this afternoon we are going to have this session 2 presentations. The first one, it will be about terrace, which I'm actually looking forward to. This is, I would let Professor Shefu speak to it. He will do it better than I can. But as you can see, it's a tertiary education, research, applications, and services, a platform. And after that, I would be my turn, unless you want to use that.
Can the technology team run that short video so that we can have a brief overview, and then I'll talk on it. There's a video on the site, yes.
There's a video on the site.
On the bottom left. Yes.
Access to dissertation, approval from all public tertiary institutions. That's terrace, a sanctuary where knowledge is not just taught or wished.
Any questions? The one I can answer, I will answer. The one I can answer, I will direct you to the estate fund. Yes. Basically, we'll be working on this project for 3 years now. Getting to 3 years. And it's still work in progress. A lot of work has been done, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And what we are asking our stakeholders is to engage with the platform, because this sort of summarizes most of the conversations that we have been having as far as open access is concerned. And even though it says it's for public universities, we sat with the TED Fund leadership and told them that it cannot be for public institutions of higher learning alone. The private institutions of higher learning have to be part of this platform. And so they said, okay, fine. We can extend it to 50 private institutions of higher learning. And we wrote to the private universities, at least I wrote to the private universities, and we expected the colleges of education and the polytechnics to do the same. To say, if you want to be part of TERAS, here is a link, connect, and you have access to EBSCO host for free. You have access to ICDL for free, and you can also upload your materials. Not many of them have responded positively. I think only about 5 universities, private universities, responded and are on that particular platform. And so it's still work in progress. The big elephant in the room, like Conrad put it, is the federated repository angle of it. Because, like he said, you cannot be logging in from one institutional repository to another. And the way it is designed is once you have that single login, you can access all the materials from all the members of our platform on the platform. So we're still struggling to get that right. We're also still struggling to digitize the thesis going back the last 10 years in the first phase, because that is what is really going to bring all our institutional knowledge to the table. We did the first phase of that project. It wasn't properly coordinated. We made terrible mistakes. And so the amount of data that is available from theses that have been digitized is not as much as we had expected. Each university polytechnical education was to digitize 2,000 theses in the first phase. But the model that was adopted was such that some of the vendors were just interested in going to supply the scanning equipment and the backup equipment, and then get the librarians to sign. Librarians were like, well, we don't know what you're talking about. VC has approved, but nobody has put us into the loop. And so we have equipment, we have laptops, scanners, and hard drives that are in the universities, and no digitization has been done. So we are trying to learn from the lessons, or we are learning from the lessons that, from the errors that were made in the first phase, to ensure that when we come back to the field, we'll correct those errors so that everybody will be on the same page. National Librarian is here, the president of Association of Librarians is here, and I've been saying this in some other fora, that the tribal war going on between ICT directors and librarians as far as digitization is concerned is not right. It's not right at all. It's a very big tribal war, and we need to get our IT people to understand that as IT director, you cover a lot of services in the university. But as far as repositories are concerned, they are specialists in that area. It's just like going to do students' data, managing students' data, and you don't want to put the registrars or students' affairs department into the loop. This is their primary constituency. So you sit at that food chain, at the top of the food chain, and aggregate all the data that is coming from across the university. I'm not necessarily going to say, okay, when digitization comes, it must be you. When this one comes, it must be you. And at the same time, we also want the line managers to know that when it comes to certain aspects of the database, the language that the ICT people are speaking, you cannot speak. You cannot speak that language in the next 10 years if you tried. You know, so it has to be a symbiotic relationship and not this tribal war that we have going on in the field. And so we also have issues with getting the information out there. I go to a number of conferences, workshops, and seminars, and I said, how many people have used Terras? And everybody is looking at me, and they don't know what Terras is. So our capacity to open up the whole ecosystem to as many users as possible is not as much as we want. We have about 2.1 million staff and students registered on the BEAMS platform. So the number is rising, but it's still not there. So you have a lot of schools who will register, and then that ends it. You know, the Blackboard, with all the resources that are available, the user level is like about 20%. ICDL, with all the resources that are available, we're talking like about 15% or 20% of usage. And then, of course, Eagle Scan numbers are rising, but they are still not there where it should be based on what is available. So at the level of the leadership, we've been engaging with our Vice-Chancellors to see how they can promote it as much as they can. Professor Simone is here. He knows that the attention span of the average Vice-Chancellor is 5 minutes. So once you share the thing with him, they will nod their head and say, okay, approved. But the moment they step out of the room, one phone call for Dean of Student Affairs has come and their attention has gone to a different direction. So we need to do more in terms of engagement with the line managers. We are working with the students' union organizations. We are working with the Dean of Student Affairs. We are working with the Dean of PG School, the directors of research, and all the other directors, that everybody has a foothold. And of course, we've been working with the Association of Librarians, and as at last engagement, they've now nominated repository managers for their institutions that will report to the librarians. And so TED Fund is now going to have a special workshop to train the repository managers for each institution on both the back end and the front end elements of how to engage, how to develop your institutional repository and federate it that will work seamlessly with the platform that we have all built, so that that big step of having a federated repository running on Terras can also happen. Before the end of this month, we should have a firm date for that training program, so that we'll all be on the same page. And the other thing that we have not also mentioned here, that's not mentioned on in the short video that you watched, is that if you have a product, if you have a solution that you think will be useful for the Nigerian tertiary educational system, there's a place for you on Terras. So it's not a closed system, it's an open system. We want to build it as open as possible to take ourselves away from some of the criticisms that has been made as far as some of the projects that we've been doing in Nigeria is concerned. So please take your time to go through the platform, and we're very, very warm and open to criticism to make this platform a much better one than we have been building it. Thank you and good afternoon. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for a very wonderful presentation. I was just worried about the issue of the tribal war that you seem to emphasize on between the librarian and the ICT directors. So I want to suggest that why can't CVC develop some kind of policy where limits are clearly defined, so that every of the stakeholder knows their limitation. So let's have a written policy and let all the directors of ICT and the librarians in the various institutions have it, so that we don't have to stop this tribal war. Thank you.
Have you been to a Nigerian motor park before?
No. Of course.
So between the chairman of the park and the chairman of the road transport union, the chairman of the road owners union, you know, the local government representative in the park, you know, the park is for all of them, but this tough war is what we are talking about, and it's all about just the same open-mindedness that we are talking about. The policies are there, everybody knows, you know, what to do, but is, you know, holding on to certain aspects of your work that you think nobody should cross your boundary. You see it in part of our Nigerian mentality and psyche, you know. You go and a policeman is asking you questions, and you ask him a question, first thing he will ask you, you want to teach me my job? You know, because they are not wearing uniform, you don't have anything whatsoever to say about his job, you know. And I tell them right away, I say, you're not even qualified to be my student, talk less of me teaching you your job, you know. So the policies are there, it's not as if they are not there, but we are working on it. Yes, Prof.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for your question. I am a member of the committee, so I will not deny this committee. But initially, I didn't understand what is happening, what we are supposed to be doing, and where we are going to. That's the major challenge. And now, it took me back to what, when you are preparing a bill in Nigeria, in the National Assembly, there is what is called a public hearing. Beautiful, I've been looking for this word. Public hearing. So you see, TEREX, it could be a good initiative. It could be something that is going to be wonderful. But there is something we missed. And that is what is haunting us. What is haunting us is that we did top-down development. You started from the top. Meanwhile, the people that are going to use, not even use, implement that is at the background. And they do not know what we are doing. That is a challenge. Of course, university, I'm talking about university anyway because that's my constituency and I was once a university librarian. The university libraries and the ICT, they are always, for the librarians do not understand their limits. They are always dragging that war. And I told us during TEREX that the responsibility of the ICT is infrastructure. That infrastructure, the National Library is working well ICT-wise because they know, I know where to call, whom to call at any point in time. Where there is this infrastructural issue, you call the ICT. When there is content, ICT does not know anything about content. When they are developing, that's why they do that kind of in programming. There is something you must do with the user. Because they do not know. It's what you ask them to develop for you, they will develop for you. So, it is only librarians that do not know where they are going to start, what they are even expected to do. That's where the war is. So, that war could be solved, but that's not the problem of TEREX. The problem of the TEREX is this top-down. This plan you people are going to make to call digital, I saw it because I'm in the platform. Repository managers, they will go back to their madam. And they will say they do not even understand what they are talking about. I'm just making a general statement before I ask my question. Because I am tangentially involved, not fully involved. That's why I'm going to ask you a question. When you are talking about TEREX, it looks like, is it a portal? Are we really? Because when you talk of the National Research Foundation of South Africa, I keep using it as an example. Why can't TEDFund do that kind of thing for us? A repository. Instead of going to these small repositories that institutions are developing. Because when you go to open access repository, you have institutions having. And meanwhile, there is an area that TEDFund could do and do better. That is research data. if that fund can go, because I have met the ES, and I told the ES, see, the promotion now, what we are talking about in this country, because of big data, we are talking in the world, is research data. And when you go to South Africa, they told me in Sweden that they have so many research data repository. We are still talking about the general repository. Why the global world has moved to research data. And meanwhile, listen, ES, TED Fund, tomorrow, because knowledge is key. Tomorrow, the world will ask, there are people who are carrying out research supported by TED Fund. This is people's tax. This is people's money. And that research should be open, fully open. The data should be fully open. So if TED Fund can concentrate and they specialize on research data, because what you are now having in Terrace, you have the digital learning literacy, you have the ego scan, you have the institutional repository, you have the that is subscribed resources. So it looks like it is not even central in, what do you call it, in open science. When you talk of open science, it becomes a different thing altogether. The lecturers, the researchers in the institution, you cannot compel them to put their prize classified research in Terax or in the repository. It has to be a promotion that will make them understand. And if an institution has its own repository, that institution may, like we did in the National Library, you have restricted access, where somebody can now have part access, maybe the abstract, and we say, ask for this. So what you people are doing, and now you're saying, there are so many things, and now you say 2,000 or 2 million thesis or research has been moved. Now, I know that places like Futo, since 2000, we started, every student that will submit thesis, you submit print, you submit electronic, and that electronic is deposited in the library. So you don't have any problem. What you have is get them, if they are in flash, if they are in CD, put them there. And I know that because before I left Futo, we had over 2,000 already in our repository. So let us go back to the drawing board. I didn't say, but it is looking at Terrace is not even open science as we are talking about. It is a portal that has a lot. But if it may have the, what do you call it, the repository aspect of it, it wouldn't have that federated side. Because when you are talking about federated side, talking about resources, open resources, which you may not get the way you are going because you started up, down. So much to think about here.
Thank you for that interjection. First of all, you were not here when I mentioned that TED Fund has agreed that all the NRF projects that they sponsored from day one will also be uploaded to the site. So we are working with TED Fund to get that research data, which we all agree is very critical. And then secondly, let me
ask you, because these young ones who are doing, you know, the metadata for research data is a little different from what you have in the repository. And you have what is called README that should accompany research data. Are we talking about it? Is there any librarian, or you get a specialist, any librarian information specialist, or are you pushing up all the research RF there? That's another thing.
Yeah, National Librarian, those technical details, you remember you were part of that committee that submitted a report, and it is those technical details that that committee is working up to engage with the NRF team to do that one. I have not seen what they have done, so I cannot speak to it, but I know that they've been engaging with people that are competent. The National Librarian is part of that. The president of the Librarian Association is part of that group that is looking at upward and those technical details. So, yes, some of the comments that are made, I've taken them, but I wanted to just make the point that TERAS did not come from the top. TERAS has been a conversation that has been going on for a very long time. If you recall, I'm sure Professor Cabret will remember that NUC started the NGREN project long time ago. You know, yes, it flopped. Why did it flop? You know, these are some of the conversations that we're talking about that we needed to engage, you know, and bring in all the stakeholders. That is why the committee that we worked upon had a coming of everybody, because NGREN was looking at research from a university perspective, forgetting that polytechnics are also doing research, colleges of education are also doing research, you know, and like we said, you cannot be talking about research in Nigeria and you are leaving out the private universities. Yes, you know, so we are bringing, everybody has come together and said, okay, how do we learn from the lessons of NGREN and build a platform? And like I said, it is still work in progress, and all the interventions that, like the useful ones that you have made, will be incorporated so that we can build and improve on it as we go on. Yes, you're itching to say something.
No, not itching.
Okay.
I'm just trying to sort of, I wanted to just add to this and let us wrap this session up because we're running out of time.
Out of time.
So
okay.
I would, because we have a guest, and I know they run a national repository.
Yes.
So I would like Dr. Coulibaly to chip in.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Sorry for my mistakes. I'm Francophone. I'm going to try to speak in English. Please. I appreciate a lot this project, but I think that you should define the content, the advantages, the benefits for users, and also the opportunities for Nigeria. Why, as a researcher or student, I should use this tool, and the policies. We are talking about open sciences since this morning, and we understand that we can't go ahead without policies. Policies are the key elements. If institutionally we don't know how to define tools for open access, tools for open science, and how to work to adopt and integrate open access and open science practice in our institutions, it will be difficult to understand a national tool. I base my speech on our experience. In Côte d'Ivoire, we started open science activities with a national repository. And this national repository was very appreciated. But it was hosted by my university, virtual university in Côte d'Ivoire. But we are still raising awareness on how to convince other institutions to have their own policy. We have our open science policy in my university. But you know you can work individually to go ahead, but when you are growing, you need networking with other researchers, with other institutions, before going to national level. If you want to be impactful, you need to go down. To go down to work first with institutions, with researchers, with librarians, with IT developers,
because sometimes there is some misunderstanding of some elements. If we want to go far, we need to go down first and work together before networking institutionally, nationally, and so on. I think I want just to share this small experience with all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One full year consulting with all stakeholders for 1 year. We brought in the librarians, we brought in the vice-chancellors, we brought in directors of research, brought in ICT, student affairs for 1 year, engaging and sharing ideas. And then after we finished that one, we now started seeing...
Policies are missing.
Yeah, everybody's voice and let their voice be seen in the policy. I mean, you have a policy that some people are not agreeable to. So we brought all these people together to say, okay, how do we, what do we want to achieve with this project? So I hear you that policy is very important, and that is why we worked with WACREN to even develop a model policy. Yes, we worked with WACREN to develop a model policy that is out there and say, look at this model that has like a broad appeal, see how you can now institutionalize it for your own institution. We use the same framework for our intellectual property policy. We worked together with stakeholders and built a model and said, take it home and go and domesticate it and use it as your own model. So it's something that we know our people, our stakeholders are very finicky about, and so we don't joke with engaging them to develop that policy framework, because like you exactly agreed, without that policy framework, you don't have a platform.
No,
thank you very much.
No, for teeing off that, I think, Professor institutions will have a policy. Now, if Ghana is willing to take it and scrub out Nigeria, it will be so much easier for our own institutions. That's one thing. So we could drive, as leadership, drive that process so every institution has a policy. Together we can say we will do this by end of the year, whatever period, and you would have that. And the other part was I was thinking about, when I'm hearing these conversations, library versus IT. I used to work before WACREN in providing campus networks in Nigeria. One of the challenges was not driven, it was basically driven by where the money was going to. The problem was that the funding was coming into things like internet access, networks, and so on and so forth, more funding. So people started to sort of scramble for those funds. But now things are changing. It is very difficult for IT to appreciate what Dr. Salawa was talking about, or what Dr. Fatima will talk about research data management. So the level has gone up. Now, so librarians actually have opportunity to sort of differentiate themselves very clearly. I think that's going to happen. And my final comment is on federation as a whole. It's so within WACREN, there are infrastructures like eduid.africa. So when you say somebody who already has credentials in his university should go and create another set of credentials in another system, what you're creating is opportunity for cybersecurity problems, so on and so forth. Nobody does that anymore. There is also something called EduGain, where essentially each university, you log into any of these things with the access of your university. That's true federation. In the same way, national repositories don't have to be one system. I would love a situation where TERAS is able to, as much as you have this infrastructure, able to federate all the repositories around in Nigeria so that you have one sort of entry into what represents Nigerian research. There's technology to do that. It will also encourage and support participation, because if you go to Madam and say that your repository will become part of TERAS because we can search from this thing, but you keep on managing your repository. We won't change anything you do. But TERAS now represents Nigerian research, not necessarily because you have to get an account and upload it, but because when I go to TERAS and I search, I can also search her repository and bring that data out. And that's what we're having a workshop, as you know, tomorrow about these things. This is not the audience for that workshop, which is why you don't know about it. It will be about, professionals like the librarians and the IT. We don't have any problem in LIBSENSE Connect. No tribal wars, because the work that each sector needs to do is plenty for them. So the IT people have enough headache. They don't want to take library work. The library people have plenty to do. But on that note, sir, thank you very much for the presentation. So it's my turn, and we're running out of time, so I will make it short. Don't worry, I know you have heard my voice for enough. But I'm trying to, what I'm going to talk about now is I'm going to be very superficial. These are just enough for us to understand the import and why we need to do what we need to do. So we'll have more of these conversations at more depth in the technical workshops. Can I have my slides, please? So I chose that title, and please, you can replace Nigeria with Sierra Leone, Ghana, or as WACREN. But I thought if we use the Nigerian example, then everybody could sort of contextualize. So it is about persistent identifiers. Now, if I just by a show of hands, if you know what a persistent identifier in scholarly research is, please just indicate. 2, 3, okay. Now, if I say, if you know what DOIs are, so I got more hands up. Now that's the problem. Right, let's put the slides up. Next slide. So this is basically, it's a very short one. I'm just going to talk to the top of it because you're leaders. I want you to understand the issues and the role you have to play. So I will talk about an introduction to persistent identifiers, the challenges that we see, what we are doing in WACREN to try and address the issue, what is being done. I'll make a reference to Latin America because, we share the challenges. The proposal, I think, is we can have, what we can do next, and what we hope happens. Next. So I'm glad everybody put their hands up for DOIs, so it means I don't have to explain that too much. But essentially, the issue with research and referring to research and accessing research on a permanent basis is that your usual link, so if you put that thing in TERAS, for instance, and this TERAS/X or Y, those links are only as permanent as the person keeps them. And another challenge with IT is that when IT changes that link, they don't understand that this is supposed to be a permanent reference that might have been used in some journal, in some reference, in some other system. So it breaks collaboration. So because of that, right, this notion of persistent identifiers came up. So your DOI or your PID, I will use PID as much as DOI has become synonymous with PID for most people, is essentially that. It is vital for enabling interoperability, for research collaboration, because it's a permanent, or it's not permanent, it's only as permanent as you maintain it. But it's a persistible link that refers to that object, whether it is a paper, a data set, or whatnot. So it's, again, from an IT machine basis, it's a great opportunity to create something once and reuse it, whether you're a funder, publisher, or even an employer, because there are different kinds of identifiers. I try to put some on the side, so I'm sure everybody knows about DOIs. What about ORCID? So what about ARKs? Huh? Now that's the problem too. Now, most of these schemes are like 20 plus years. ARKs is probably about 22 years old now. So DOIs around the same time, give or take. ORCID is a little bit younger. I think ORCID was 2010-ish, 8, 9. But in any case, so ORCID is your persistent identifier for the researcher himself. So Sadyat Salahu and Salahu Sadyat, we want to know if they're the same person or not. And the only way we can do that is using that persistent identifier. So we know that identifier, oh, that's the Sadyat Salahu in Mina. And this is the Salahu Sadyat in some other place, because that identifier. Otherwise, you can't tell. All you see is two names. And because in the digital realm, this becomes more and more important, and you want to be able to distinguish, you need these identifiers. Similarly for objects and so on and so forth. Next slide. So what is the challenge here? How these PIDs, how do they work? Now, one of the big issues with DOIs is the structure. So where DOI is run by a foundation, they have registries, two main registries who do most of this work. Crossref and DataSite, you might be familiar with. Now, these are paywalled, nothing-driven infrastructure. So even something that's, again, the issue of context comes up. So something that's affordable by a university in the US is not affordable by a university in Africa. So when the leadership there say, okay, we want to make sure identifiers, all our research is identified because in this manner, because we want it to be accessible, interoperable, reusable, you have the same aspirations but different budgets. So immediately we create a digital divide in that whole research collaboration space, just because you don't have money. So, and then open access, open science, all of these are underpinnings of open access and open science, which is supposed to be inclusive. So our argument now on the global stage is that this doesn't work for us. Then, interestingly, of course there's a, if you're not, look at us now, we're all global south, well, in fact, just West Africa. These conversations about these problems, when they are in a meeting with largely global enough people or practitioners who don't have the budget problem, they will acknowledge it. But of course, nothing's going to change because it's not really a problem for them. But although that's changing too, countries, as the amount of research is increasing, as data, and you know, sometimes you might have different versions of one data set. So if you say roughly, right, you hear different things, but it roughly translates to just about $1 per PID. So if I have a data set, and I'm encouraging the early career researchers to publish data, we've always been saying it, data, we want that data to be interoperable. And when the researcher works on the data, it becomes different from the last data, but it's the same work. So it now has to have two different identifiers so that I can refer to each one critically, specifically. So the use of PIDs has increased globally. It has now become a problem even for some part of the global north. So there's a big program. The publishers are offering this, what I call, I think we're streaming, so I have to be careful what I say. But as far as I'm concerned, the lead generators, I give you a small amount of money. So your organization basically adopts the PID. Then after that, what happens? You will have to start paying. So what starts to happen is that because of the constrained budgets, leaders like yourselves cannot come up with big scalable plans because, you know, if I take Nigeria, for instance, where the Naira has just gone almost quadrupled in value, I mean, the value of the dollar is quadrupled, what kind of budget can you have that if it was significant, say $100,000, it turns to $400,000? I know some universities had to shut down because of just a power cost of power because the tariffs were changed. So imagine that, and imagine how it sort of obliterates that future you want with this big open science where everything is set. That's one of the challenges. And the last one I think that's really important is that increasingly, they already miscount when they say Africa produces 1 or 2% of global research. So how are they counting? Increasingly, the whole idea that research that has a DOI is good research and can be counted excludes you even further. So it basically says, if I don't have money, then my research is poor. So that doesn't make any sense. So adopting this sort of schemes doesn't make sense for us. So we're trying to tell them that, see, these systems have to be a bit more interoperable, where I can have my own scheme, as long as it has that permanent reference, we should all be able to exist with our schemes. That's the whole notion. That's what we say when we say open access, open science. And so that's the basic point. So that's the point I want to drive home. So we generally sort of identify the problems and then try to have solutions. Next. There's some papers we've published. We will share that in the list once we're finished, you know, about this, if you want to read. That's the one. So yeah, you've heard about LIBSENSE, library origins. I haven't talked about the Africa Connect 3 project, but I'm sure most people know that here. So as WACREN, as a regional research network for West and Central Africa, collaborates with the Southeastern Network and the network in North Africa in a project called the Africa Connect. Now this project, NGREN is your research network, such as like Echo Connectors. They're all our members, and this project aims to interconnect these countries and provide infrastructure for them, so services that solve these problems. So there are about 38 countries with networks like this in Africa. 22 of them are connected. Nigeria is one of them, so is Ghana. We're about to connect Sierra Leone. Cote d'Ivoire is connected. They don't use the connection. But that's what's happening. So when we looked at this problem, the working group, the sort of leadership working group in LIBSENSE, came up with a paper and a roadmap. We looked at all the options. We noticed that there was another one called ARKs, which my slides have gone. Can you put my slides back? Don't worry about seeing me. So those archival resource keys, like I said, 21 years old, used by large organizations, Smithsonian, Freaks, everybody. Now what's interesting, what you should, I mean, especially the very political countries like Nigeria, ARKs. If I said ARKs, there were billions of ARKs identities in the world. And DOIs, which do the same thing, has a couple of 100 million. Won't you question why DOIs are so prevalent and you don't know ARKs? Again, it's whose narrative? Whose narrative? Who is pushing this? And then they don't forget, for the librarians, they'll be very familiar with this, you know, the commercial publishing landscape and how it disadvantages open access and the Global South. The same organizations are behind this or have supported. Yes, they say they're open. And to some extent, I would agree. But I think real openness is about being interoperable. So when you create the argument is that bringing community around one international PID makes it stronger. Our counter-argument is that making PIDs interoperable creates a playing field, a level playing field that allows me to operate within my own context, within my budget, but still be international. So ARKs allows us to do that. You will find them in the data citation index. You find them in all of that, so it's not exactly new. But DOIs are more prevalent in academia. So what we did was that, and again, ARKs generally have no fees, no walled garden, so basically, if you wanted and if you could run your own ARK service. Nothing, when they say things are free, it means that you still have to run a server, run services, make sure it's reliable. Don't forget, you want to create a persistent identity. So it is, although it is open and you can use it yourself, there will be few cases where there's enough capability within the institution to run a scalable service. So what we decided to do in WACREN was build one. It's the first one in Africa, because ARKs, we run some, capacity awareness about ARKs, and we think, building one and having you use one is the quickest way to raise awareness. So we built a platform. The platform allows us to do those things I say, add metadata of any sort, because once you have the link, the metadata describes what is at the end of the link. You can assign it to anything, digital, physical, conceptual even. Now we're using ARKs with medical AI, so not just the data sets, but the outcomes, like say, for instance, if you use ChatGPT, those GPTs could also have persistent identifiers. And the interesting thing is there is no conflict. So we have built some systems, some model repositories to show examples, and we will use both. We will use ARKs because we can build a strategy on ARKs that says everything will have a PID. Then we will also, when we're forced to, assign DOIs. So if you look at most of the bigger open systems, they will have ARKs. They could have ARKs, DOIs, or in some other cases, some other identifier, because these are not the only identifiers. Next. What we call our platform, by the way, is PIDs link. And you will find it at that link, pidslink.wacren.net. We are about to start the first pilots. So if you're interested in that, contact us. Same thing is happening in Latin America. So La Referencia is a Latin American network of repositories. Now here, this is not one national repository. This is a network of national repositories. So the state governments, I think about 10 of them at the time, Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, a number of them, came together. That's how you find Latin America is showing leadership in the open access space. They're very strong, in many ways stronger than most global north countries, without a doubt. Of course, they also have resource issues. So some things that are driven from the global north are a similar challenge. So even in their tons of, I can't remember exactly, I don't want to quote a number, but you can imagine for every, because this was a regional effort, countries were gathering information into like Terrace equivalents and interconnecting them. There's a whole lot of open access in Latin America. Regardless, only about 20% of those resources have a DOI. And now they're faced with the same challenges I'm talking about. Data, the need to give these PIDs to data is increasing. Preprints. You have all kinds of new forms of publication that all need to be referred to. So they have this bite is very similar. So they have in their own world region same issues. And we're working very closely. They're doing the same thing. They're using ARKs in a different way. Their implementation is based on blockchain. Blockchain nodes. For those, we are keeping an eye on it because the goal is good. The reason why we didn't want to use blockchain is, again, our context. So we know what the technology context is. We know what, so issues, we don't want to wait for 5 years before we start to use ARKs again. We want to use it now. So we have a slightly different implementation that allows us to manage ARKs. They are in their own process, they are starting to conduct pilots with using popular open source repository and journal software. Next. Next slide. So basically, this is what I think we can do. WACREN has made effort with the platform. Now it's for you as leaders to start to come together around how we can exploit all of this, you know. And then, like everything, Professor Oshefu was talking about the initial consultation, the increase in awareness, the buy-in, and the understanding. We think that needs to happen. Every country has its own context. So we need to form these working groups where we look at our context, have more conversation that we can have in one 20-minute meeting, and say, look, we can see LIBSENSE has come up with a roadmap for Africa. It's just that, it's a proposal. Now, when you sort of take it in and uncouple it or look at it within your context, there might be some things that work better or don't work as well. But then the working group can come up with a position. I think, just because of the budgets, I think what we recommend will fall within most countries. You can do ARKs today. It doesn't stop you from doing DOIs, but you can at least found a direction that is feasible. With DOIs, we know it is not feasible. Some of your resources will have DOIs, most of them will not. So what's the point? So that's that. So we want you to consider adopting a similar model where you actually look at the political and economic issues and come up with, like you said, call it policies, guidelines, whatever, but a strategy for your countries. We want you to use that opportunity to form a consortium. I know there are some consortia already here. Dr. Koulibaly you have started it, runs one for DOIs. How many DOIs have you managed to issue? Oh, I think the same thing is happening in Nigeria as well. But in any case, right across Africa, right across these consortia, we are talking about numbers in hundreds of thousands. And I'm sure the average repository in a Nigerian institution has more than 40,000, 50,000 records. So you can understand what the issue is. Now, Nigeria, dollar, anything you have to pay in dollar today becomes something you put on the back burner. So that's not going to happen. So we want you to consider this. We want you to look at financial models that are, that's not come out well, but financial models that are tailored to your own context. How will you support this? Even if it is now 5 naira, how do you provide it? And then, because you now have a plan, explore the funding options that provide this. And most of all, whatever governance you have around this structure has to be collaborative. So this is not about TED Fund telling you what to do. This is more about you coming together and saying, this is what we want to do. TED Fund, can you put some money into it? So, and that's really important, because if you don't do that, you're going to end up in another situation where there's another monolithic structure. Next, I think that's the last slide. Next. Okay, so the intent is that if we all do this collectively, because I will be encouraging Professor Momo to do exactly the same in Sierra Leone, Dr. Nikoi and Dr. Beglo in Ghana, and other colleagues who are not here now. This is something we'll run from country to country, promoting national PID strategies, helping you leverage what we have already produced, PIDs link, so that you don't have to think about where you want a reliable service. It will be very low cost. The idea is to cover costs, and so that you can actually, we want to see millions of PIDs coming out of Africa. Imagine this. If we all had PIDs in our repositories and we could now refer to all of those things, a terrace could very easily aggregate the PIDs, right, and do many things with it. Even the data, the analysis, there's so much you can, because now you have you have this information that you can do mashups with. For the technical people, they know what mashups are. But you can present different views of that information that represents your research. That's what everybody else does. That's why we can't have the data. Because there's a difference between information that's machine readable. So if it's not machine readable, you can't really do anything that's significant. So the fact that, oh, I have a repository, you can click from here to here as a human being, if the machine can't do that, right, you will not be able to aggregate this information in the way you want to. So these things have to be machine readable. That's part of the issue. The second one is that we want to generate interest. This whole notion of a national PID strategy, it should be an assumption. Oh, we need to use persistent identifier. We need DOIs. But what is it that we're doing as a country? Now, this is where we need you, sir. And you, madam, because the national academies should be big proponents of this and should be very involved in articulating this. And if from that we want to do all of this, from this meeting, we can establish, at least initiate that working group. All we need is a representative from you, one from National Academy of Science, from CVC, from the start, and of course, the people who really understand this a little bit more, the early career researchers, the librarians, and some IT in that. This is easily, we can delegate this and say, well, go away and come back and give us a position paper so that we know where to go. If you need literature to research, go to LIBSENSE. They'll provide you, easy to do. And I'm hoping that's what we do next. And we can start implementing this. What I can promise is that at least for normally I would want my CEO to say yes before I say things like this, but this is the build phase. So I can tell you for the next 6 months, we would be open to no-cost pilots, just so that you understand what you're engaging with. So that when we say, let's discuss the economic model, we're not having arguments that are not congruent. We all know what we're talking about. You have you have your PID strategies that are your own context, and you say, well, WACREN, we can't do it like this. This is what we'd rather do. And this all can be tailored because we're all going to work at it together. Next? I think there's no next. I think this is it. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thanks very much, Omo, for the great presentation. Very good one. How different is Agile from what you're proposing? Agile or Agile?
Agile is the African Journals Online, right? So what it is evolved from its origins, obviously, and it continues to grow. But it is a journal hosting platform. So yes, so Agile assigns PIDs to some of its journals. But if you go to Agile, you'll see that loads of the journals don't have DOIs. Again, there's a cost. Once there's a cost and a significant cost to anything, it is difficult to scale it. That's one of the problems there. So Agile actually is a partner with something else. We're talking about the Diamond Open Access. So we are promoting what we call Diamond Open Access for the non-librarians. That means, it's a model where it is free to read and free to publish. And, if anybody noticed, I just saw Professor Awal's book for the first time. And when we met the first time, I always use the book, sir, sorry. But I use the book as an example. So Professor Awal's erudite scholar writes a book with some junior colleagues about food in West Africa. But guess where it's published? Professor Awal is elitist. I don't mean that in a bad way. So top scholar, he's been working with the usual publishers, Elsevier, everybody else. So publishes in Elsevier. Now I can't read about the book because it's $150. And I'm not sure they will let him publish it open access. So those are the issues that come up that we want to address. I don't even know how I got there because I was looking at your face. It came up, sir. My apologies. You know. But yeah, so those are the things that are important now. Without this sort of mentality, if you don't change the mindset, then we will keep on speaking to the topic without doing anything. So that's agile. So that's what agile. Yes.
Thank you, Omo, again for the presentation. For me, this is also very important that we're addressing this class of leadership because education is key, you know, and there are several things we just gloss through and go by without actually knowing the import. So I'm saying that this meeting has actually opened my eyes, and that's why I want to ask the question, what has been cropping to my mind. You talked about, you know, trying to develop these PIDs for you know, local content, so to say, and you mentioned, you know, that cost is important to consider. And I know WACREN, you have developed a PIDs link. So I want just contextually, if you want to say what you've developed and DOI and maybe ARKs, what is the differential in terms of cost, so that to help us to contextualize this?
I will need a calculator. Because the decimals will be too many.
Oh, like percentage, maybe. Yes. You say DOI, if maybe cost.
So if we say like, you know, and like I said, this is new. We want to work with you to model the cost. It's good. So if we say roughly, right, that the average DOI is $1, right? So put it in context. How many records would you have? And let's say that I think they have a model where you can tell us where the more you have, the less, you know. But generally, we kind of average at about $1. We're talking lots of dollars. So it's hard for me when I'm thinking about your problems in Naira, for instance, or in CFA, or in Ghana CD, and I know what your purchasing power is. And the fact is that, okay, what my costs here are really doing all that's required to make sure that this service is reliable, is robust, you can continue to use it, and we can continue to go around it. And then I guess I'm on TV too, so I don't want to put a figure, but I can tell you, we're not talking about the same thing. I am seeing, right off the top of my head, I'm seeing where large institutions, your annual cost, and it will be something like, okay, well, if you're within this range, unlimited PIDs. We will not price per, it doesn't make any sense. It will be, all right, okay, this is a big institution, we expect that you'll have an annual output of 100,000 records. That's the fee for that big institution. It would certainly not be linked to the, it's a function of our collaboration rather than the cost of the, we will not commercialize that. And then again, like I said, don't forget the emphasis on governance. Now, one of the advantages of being a membership organization, our NRENs will always, and the NRENs that we serve are the ones that would sort of discuss this. So, of course, I want TERRAs to support PIDs. So that's one thing we're going to be talking about, because there are some, I hear some of the engineers will be in the LIBSENSE Connect workshop. We want you to support, we want you, because that's what makes TERRA stronger. We want TERRAs to federate properly. Now, even within the federation, like their colleagues, this group managed to develop a national schema for Nigeria. Now, why that's important is, again, we pay a lot of lip service to collaboration. But imagine this. If you describe in your own repository, you describe whatever you put in there differently from she does, because there's no common protocol or schema that we all abide by, we can't share anything. So we don't, that's just like the policies. For those repositories, you need to have that national schema. So the all-new team actually developed the first version of that schema. So in the workshop we're having tomorrow to Friday, we're going to sort of discuss it a bit broader with colleagues from the region, and we're going to be looking at optimizing it, because the schema itself is also based on something called Dublin Core. Most people know that from the library. library space. But schemas are also evolving. As the funders are saying, okay, we want you to be open access. We will only put money in open science and open access. You now have to be able to report that for the funders. So your schema needs open access policy reporting and so on and so forth. So we'll be looking at how we extend that. But I'm just about to close now because I'm also conscious I am running out of time. One of the sort of long-term aspirations, which we think with your collaboration, we can have more sort of negotiating power on the global stage. So to ask that person to be interoperable, I have to be significant enough. Otherwise, he's going to smile at me, talk to me, and then move on. But if we all adopted ARKs because we could, and say by the end of next year, there were 200 million ARKs in Africa, already we can describe African research. So when they say you only have 1%, I'll say, well, yeah, in your system. In my own here, this is the corpus, this is the quantity that we know we have. And then as soon as we can do that, we start to level that playing field, at least in the conversation. And there are people that, there are poorer global north countries as well as Latin America to work with to create a little bit more balance in that system. You wanted to say something, sir?
Okay. Thank you so much. And I will first of all join my colleagues in thanking you for a very insightful presentation. Mine is a simple question. What you are trying to propose for our country, how will it be level of visibility in terms of visibility? Is it regional, continental, or worldwide? Thank you.
Omo, if you don't mind, let me also add mine because it's linked to that. And I like the question about visibility. In the minds of most of our academics, using DOI puts them up on the global Miss Universe stage. Yes. Whereas maybe adopting something like this is more localized. So the battle between where you are visible becomes very prominent. And I like the fact that you mentioned about working very closely with AGEL, because in trying to balance these dynamics so that eventually our academics will embrace the fact that this is about an African identity of what we publish and the quantum of what we publish, there will be a buy-in into it. Because in the minds of, I sit on the University Visibility Committee, and you can see how people are clamoring to say, oh, they are doing this, we have to be part of it. So that we change the way of thinking to say that, let us think more local, more African, and in doing so, we can make ourselves visible with an African identity. And I think that is very important. Sorry.
My second slide talked about where you would find ARKs. Was there any place there that wasn't visible, whether it was Wikidata, whether it was ORCID, whether it was whatever? Isn't that visible? How much more visibility do you want? That's your question. For you, I don't...
No, Omo. The question is that a lot of African universities are now going for global rankings. And therefore, that mentality of being on the global ranking, times higher education, whatever, is driving a particular mindset. So I agree with you. It can be visible in a particular way, but in terms of the kind of visibility of publishing league tables of African universities, it is something that we have to think through carefully. I am with you. I support this agenda, and we need to push it.
We're talking two different things. If you look at the methodology of those global rankings, it's not anything close to what we are describing. That's one. Secondly, there is no argument for somebody who is talking about what they can't afford, but they are making it policy. It's the same thing we do with our appraisals. When we tell our young researchers, you have to publish in these journals that they have to pay money for, you don't provide the resources for it, but you legislate policy. I think that's just education. So we hope that people like you would educate your panels and tell them, you are saying we need DOIs. Where's the budget? You know, who's going to pay for that? And how do we as an organization, let me tell you what will happen, right? Because we have seen it happen before. We're not going to, we're hoping that, that's why leveraging networks makes a lot of sense. But you will see, somebody said, the small university that doesn't have your resources, because the big ones are the ones that do these things. The small university, we're very happy to work with them. There are many of them. When those small universities are more visible than your big university, then we will not have this conversation. It is that simple. And that's what we're going to do. Thank you very much. So, but yeah, so what's next now? Can I look at your, oh yes. Oh, I think it's lunch. Excellent. But are we hungry enough, or should we take a presentation before lunch? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it. Prof, it's your presentation. I knew it was not lunch. Yes. Put your slides up. Thank you. Yes, you're very welcome.
All protocol duly observed. We want to appreciate everybody, our professors, the Vice-Chancellors, past and present serving ones, colleagues from outside the country. Permit me to specially welcome my mentor, the former TAG chairman, Professor Awo. You're welcome, sir. I'm to face a section, and that is relating to planetary. So the next slide. Next. Good. So the table of content on what, please, before this, sorry, please, a page before this. Okay, good. So I'm looking at enabling Nigeria Third Fund Academic Publishing Center with open access books. The topic seems to be very interesting because we are still talking on the same open access. So as we are going to talk on this, we have the content page. We'll look at what TED Fund is, just briefly, because that's not our focus. And as we're going to look at that, we'll look at book development project. That's under TED Fund. The technical advisory group, where I share. Then we look at the academic published centers. Then we don't look at TAG and APC. TAG refers to technical advisory group, while the APC refers to academic published centers. We'll look at the productivity of that together. Then we now go into the open access in relation to activity of TAG. Then we look at a call for open access. And before we leave that, we possibly have to look at what's the meaning of it as perceived in this presentation and the merits. We also consider the models. And the final section of it, which I know is going to be interesting to us, we will have a look at the readiness of Third Fund TAG for open access. Then we look at actions and expectations. From there, we go into implementation and conclusion. So let's start about it. Next slide. Good. So as we look at Third Fund, we are talking of a body, an agency in the country, which of interest to my presentation has the mandate to establish and nurture higher education book development project in Nigeria. Beyond that, Third Fund has some other assignments to do to develop and improve Nigerian public tertiary institutions and also enhance the quality of education. The key objectives as presented, we have 4 of them, just as presented, and I know that we have to maximize the use of our time, so I go to the next slide. With that, Third Fund as a body has a section under it, and that is the book development project.
There's no way we are going to talk about the activities of TAG, that's Technical Advisory Group, without first looking at the book development project. That book development project was created to take care of issues relating to books, journals in relation to the ones produced by the professionals, the monographs, and possibly some other things. But then, both in hard and e-copies. The tag was created to turn third-fund book development project blueprint document into a strategic working tool. What has been prepared under book development project? The purpose of TAG, Technical Advisory Group, is to turn the document into reality so that whatever is to be written under third fund in relation to book development project can be actualized so that we can have books roll out, monograph roll out. And with that mandate, it is also to ensure production of those books that relates to academics. Next slide. But of importance here is we are talking about academic books. Books for tertiary institutions. So how then would this be rolled out? With the wisdom of third fund under book development project, it was considered, conceived, and also implemented that there should be an academic publishing centers. When we're talking about these centers, we are talking about physical centers. We have 7 of them in the country. With the 7 of them in the country, it was also prepared in such a way that each one was established in each of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. And each of those centers in each of the 6 geopolitical zones were located in the universities. Special and important universities were selected, and the structure, a 16 physical structure constructed, facilitated, well equipped with ultra-modern machine and equipment in relation to printing. So the body, or rather the publishing centers, are to take the manuscripts that have been considered by Technical Advisory Group, those manuscripts to be taken to the press, work on them, transform them to academic books. Now, those books now will be brought back again, part to third fund, then part also to the authors. So TAG encourages and recommends the support of professional institutions, just as I've said, and the APC was cited in each of these geopolitical zones. Next slide. The next slide leads us to those 6 geopolitical zones. The 7th one was cited or located in Abuja as displayed. Next slide, please. Now, with the TAG and APC productivity, TAG has the mandate and the assignment to monitor the activity operation of all these academic publishing centers. As of November 2023, over 140 manuscripts were thoroughly screened, peer-reviewed, perfected, and sent to the academic published centers, and that was under the chairmanship of Professor Charles Awo. But then, when it comes to the aspect of production, just only about 80 of these were transformed as at the end of last year, changed to books and be produced, and they were circulated, part to third funds, then some also to the authors. Those that came to third funds were to be distributed across the country to all the necessary tertiary institutions. The authors have the mandate of maybe marketing their own so that they can get to the hands of the end users. Apart from the 80 produced, we also have about additional manuscripts that were clearly screened, prepared, that are still in press
and they are not less than 60. So with the 80, on the average, the TED Fund will always instruct the APCs to produce about 2,000 copies to be given out. Now, with the 2,000 copies, if you multiply that by 80, so we have about 160 copies of books produced by TED Fund currently in circulation. Now, between the end of last year and now, just about 30 manuscripts seems to be ready, preparing to be sent to APC centers. Next. Now, the lacuna. The TED Fund has done a big job in creating the APC, brought the APC under TAG. TAG also has worked, and much has been produced. Just as we said, we have about 160 manuscripts screened, 80 published, 80 taken to 2,000. We have about 160,000 copies. But the population of Nigerian students, at present, we have about 2.5 million young ones in our tertiary institution. If you take that to percentage, you will discover that we only just have maybe about 6.4% of the students that will be able to access maybe only just a copy. And that figure seems to be very, very minimal. It defeats the goal of TAG, it defeats the goal of TED Fund, because TED Fund is so concerned about that. That calls for the issue relating to open access. Because once we have that open access, the copies can now be in the hands of everybody, everywhere, beyond the country. But then the hard copies, there is no way the hard copies will be able to move around everywhere. So along that line, because of that, then we now go into the concern of TAG and TED Fund on the matter. Next slide, please. So before the end of last year, the former chairman made a recommendation. I was in a meeting where he formed a committee on this issue of open access. He foresaw then that there would be a need for it, and he made a committee. From there, a recommendation was drafted, and that was submitted to TED Fund. That's very good. With that, TED Fund also prepared, and as of this year, ES has mandated TAG to go into digitization and give audience to this issue of open access, which currently the development is on, and TAG is working on that. So the committee has been formed on that, the tech committee, ITC committee on that TAG, and they are working on that so that they can develop what can be provided and passed across to TED Fund in relation to what we are talking about. Now, the open access we are talking about, we have about 3 models. The first model is green, some people call it green model. We have another one where if you have the gold model. The third one is the hybrid of the two. When you're talking about the first one, we are talking about the kind of model that anybody, everywhere can access it without any limitation. Because the open access itself that we are talking of is talking about the democratization of free access to academic materials without limitations in relation to legal, finance, or whatever. But the second aspect of it is trying to bring some little restrictions. And that's part of the repository that much shall be talked about here. A situation whereby those books will be available, and before you possibly access them, you just have to pass through some means, maybe by seeking for permission. We have some organizations and institutions and bodies that are into such. I think ResearchGate is practicing things of that nature. But we have some that are completely 100% open. So the hybrid refers to the merging of the two, which is a thing of interest. It depends on the choice of the body that want to float the open access. Now, our concern, next slide, please. Next. Good. Now, the concern is, we have been talking about open access. If we go into it, will it be fruitful? Is there a future for it? So, beyond having a future for it, permit me to say it in this simple way. We even have the present for it. Why? Because nearly 90% of Nigerian phone users are currently holding Android phones. And you know, before you can access internet, access open access, access online, you will need Android. Not only that, more than 80% of Nigerian tertiary institution community members, staff and students, over 80% of Nigerian tertiary institution community members have these opportunities of accessing, and they access libraries. They prefer to access libraries using digital means. With due respect, sirs and ma, as you are sitting down, I want you to look at when last you have visited a physical library. It must have taken some time. But if you want to also look at it, if you want to check when last have you visited your digital library, in your bedroom or anywhere, you will discover some of us have done that this morning, even while this program is on. So that gives us an opportunity to know that this open access is a must. And over 97% of tertiary institution students source for books and journals online. So even the current wave of tech, ICT, and the rest, everything seems to be driving towards this line. And so to put open access aside is as if one wants to go beyond the current age, which is not possible. So the best we can do as leaders is to key into it and encourage our young ones who have already even keyed into it to be able to channel that opportunity in a proper way. And research even shows, current research shows that dependent on online library, or libraries rather, seems to be increasing on daily basis. So next slide. Next slide. We've talked on that. Next, please. Next. Good. Now, the readiness of TAG and TED Fund for this. TED Fund is a formidable organization. So to say that TED Fund is not ready for open access, it's not a true sentence. It's a very formidable organization having different arms. And with all the arms or units or departments, as you may want to call it, TED Fund is capable to be able to at least have what we call open access. And currently, the leadership will is along that line. I've just told us the mandate given by the ES to TAG and how TAG is currently working on that. So the leadership will is along that line. There is even an existing policy with that. So with the existing policy, we discovered that TED Fund is preparing and ready for it. And there is this online facility of TED Fund, which can be accessed anywhere. If you get to that online facility, you will discover we have the library section. And at present, I'm happy with the professor that spoke about Terrace before he left. So TED Fund is also having an interest in Terrace, maybe even some other areas of whatever that relates to open access that I don't have knowledge or information of. But it is established that TED Fund is prepared for that. Next slide, please. And as TED Fund is prepared, of course, tags under it is fully ready. The mandate by the ES, the effort of the former chairman, that's Professor Shasawo, and at present, we have 11-man tech tag members who are really working on that now to prepare a good package on that will be able to make tag to be digital when it comes to activities, and also make provision to open access of all books that are being produced, because the e-copies are being kept at the headquarters with TED fund. So it is believed that once the opportunity opens, those books that have been formerly produced, together with the new ones, will be available. In fairness to TED fund, the desire of TED fund is to make all these books available to every reader. And that's why TED fund takes the assignment and the burden of financing the books, making them to be financed and produced not by the authors. The TED fund will finance it, and even after finishing the production, they make sure that each university has some copies. So TED fund has that willingness already, and the interest is there. So let's go to the next slide. So how then do we actualize this? It comes to the necessary actions, which bring the ball to our doorstep. And I'm happy with all the dialogue that have been on the floor before now. So there is need for us to raise continuous sensitization. The National Librarian Chief, or the Chief Librarian for the National Library, was telling us that then that there is need for sensitization, even at the grassroots. Yeah, the students may be the set of people who will use the open access most. But then, if we want to approach it in a proper way, we will not assume that they know. We will not also assume that they know that more than we know. We should still take the issue to them, thorough sensitization. And not only that, even to the relevant agencies, the TED fund, the NUC, others. There are many other relevant agencies, even international agencies represented around. We should take the matter to them, that there is a need to form or formation of a strong open access team among relevant MDAs, private and public educational institutions. I want to believe that at the end of this kind of gathering, we will be able to have a communique that will be able to tell us that we have a strong and formidable team. We are the Vice-Chancellors from our universities, National Library, representatives from different arms and institutions can be members. And from that, the team can now try to look at existing policy or policies in relating to open access. If we don't have enough, let that be formulated. We can have a look at what we have, then we carry out a thorough review. But when the review is being done, the necessary agencies and institutions should not be neglected so that they can have a voice. I think much will be said on that on the floor. Then the identification and strengthening or building of necessary open access infrastructure. Some of this infrastructure goes beyond the physical buildings or structure. They have to be maybe virtual. Beyond that, next slide. Then we also need to have the capacity building in readiness for open access. And that's part of what we are doing now. With this now, there's capacity building. But we expect more of this. Not even only at the top level. We can have more of this on virtual. We can have more of this at the grassroots level. And there must be synergy, integration of open access with TED fund, APC, and other similar bodies. The identifying and harvesting of e-copy resources from the repository, because this is very important. Beyond the activities of tags and the books that we produce, we have professional bodies that are having journals. We have institutions. We have not even only educational related institutions. We also have some other organizations that we can reach them, or once the team is formed, the respected individuals in the team can reach to all this, and all the necessary e-materials can be gathered and be prepared for this. Then there will be need for partnership and collaboration among stakeholders. There is also need for global open access networking. Then advocacy. Yeah, the advocacy, sensitization, and pleading, lobbying, networking, very, very important. Next slide. So, why that exists, I'm happy that the organizer showcased a presentation just before mine. So we need to study case studies, the existing ones, the Ochi, the whatever. Let's have a critical story. Let's have full understanding. How are those things being done? It's not that some of them don't have challenges. It's only we don't read them online and we don't come across them in their sites. Let's know what are their challenges. What are they battling with? When the volume of data increases, as the case may be, what will be the expectation? Even the harvesting of the data, what are the challenges? Let's simulate. If we simulate and we have this, then we can now be able to project effectively. Then that leads us to impact assessment. Once we conduct a good impact assessment, the report will be presented. And then, with the result, we can go into making sure we practice modeling. I've talked about the simulation. Then we look at best practices, which can be very good. But this cannot be achieved. There is a thorough research. So research is the backbone of any development. So if you want to have development in open access, there is need for research. And the research can guide us into pilot survey. And I'm so happy that I have a Professor Kobo here. This pilot survey has been conducted on some of tag books in University of Minna. And a good number of those books have been prepared, taken to open access. So that's part of pilot survey. Then, once we discover that the pilot survey is successful, we can go into replication from one place to the other, all the APC locations, but beyond the APC locations, because 160 textbooks for a number of years, and even in the next 10 years, add those textbooks together at indigenous level. They are not enough. They are not sufficient enough to saturate our academic market for the need of our students. So we got to go beyond that and reach some good number of organizations. As we achieve this, then we go to the next slide. We take the result, then we cannot go into implementation. By the time we want to go into implementation, we set up an execution team. Yeah, the execution team may go beyond what we have on the screen. Students can be part, representative as the case may be, the NGO bodies, and I'm happy we have WACREN already. Then the preparation of key milestones. How would the whole thing go? Then the timelines, we got to set that and subject that into phases, in the short term, the long term phases. Then we now put execution into practice. Then we monitor. As we monitor, we evaluate. But then we must review and weigh the benefits and as well the disadvantages. Then the technical and financial appraisal, very important. The preparation against resistance. We can see on the floor when a presentation was made by the Secretary of Committee of Vice-Chancellors. So it was so easy for the National Librarian to express herself. So there must be need for us to harvest opinions. Because if a change is not coming in a clear perspective, there's going to be resistance. But if you come in a clear, beautiful, attractive color, there's going to be an embracing. So there will be necessity to study resistance to change. Once we do that, then we get to tap and harvest the end user's feedback. Once these are done, it is not, I would rather say that it is even becoming too late to be talking about open access in 2024. We seem to be too far behind. But then, we just have to start afresh and also rush it and be very fast. If not, the country will be lagging too much behind. Thank you, sirs. Do we have questions? Good. You are welcome, ma'am. Good. You have the floor.
I love your presentation, and it has spoken my mind. Because 3 years ago, when I assumed office as a national librarian, I came to TechFund and I told them, let us open up the resources that is being produced by taxpayers' money. And I didn't get any positive response. Because this is taxpayers' money, you sponsor journals, you sponsor books, and then you close it up. Tomorrow people will rise up. I went to the television, I also said so. Let us leave aside those that are being produced by researchers in institutions. But the moment you commission research and you commission a production of text, open it up for the people to use. It didn't get, it met a brick wall. And I'm happy that you have been able to, you started something, and that's great. Then I have also to say that you started something, but you should know that there is what is called copyright. Those of us in the book world, librarians, there is no way you can remove library and information. I was listening to you to mention, even in a technical group, do not think about me. I'm a professor.
You are welcome, ma'am.
I'm above all this. You didn't mention the library and information professional in the technical group, in the academic publishing group. I have looked at some of the books being published, being commissioned and paid for by TED Fund, because every book that is published by TED, commissioned by TED Fund, we have a copy, we have copies deposited, is a condition, deposited in that. And it is copyright, there is copyright encumbrance there. You cannot just open up something that has copyright encumbrance. And then, it is all these young professionals that will tell you that there are 5 options of opening up. That is Creative Commons license. By the time you begin to, because you do not have people that should be there, these people will teach the producers, and they will begin to consider which of the copyright, which of the Creative Commons license there are, the options they are going to take. I'm just propping you so that you understand what you're going to do. And then you begin to walk around removing, because this is a template. Whenever I produce, this book is reserved, no part of this book, because I have tainted as a depository of the company. You cannot take fund, you can develop your own repository. But the national is the depository, the heritage of the country. And everything that is produced by TED Fund, if you decide, we have done what is called partial opening. Open access does not have hybrid. What open access has? It has, because it has to be do with publishing. It has the green, which is the repository. It has the golden, which is the journal, and it have the diamond. You people belong to the diamond, because nobody, all those people who are publishing, they do not pay a dime. That's, I mean, the researchers. You sponsor that research. So you belong to the diamond access. And that diamond access means full opening. What we are doing with some of your books is that we do what is restricted access. It is not an open access model. Hybrid, there is no, I'm just getting this new theory from you. Hybrid open access. It's a new development in this CVC office. I haven't heard of it. So, there are so much you can do. Involve these young ones. Do not be biased. Library and information professionals, they are learning content development. Do not go and do them. They are librarians. Please, so that we can get it right. Part of the reason you say that, your last statement is that we have to move and move fast. South Africa, many other countries in Africa, and then go to the global north. They are moving ahead. I have mentioned it here because they involve those who are responsible. I rest my case.
Thank you, ma'am. You are highly welcome.
Yeah.
I want you.
Hello.
You will ask your questions.
Yeah.
Let me just respond so that I don't forget some vital things. My chief librarian, ma. So I'm responding.
Librarian, not chief librarian.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm used to the university style.
No, university is university librarian.
Okay.
I'm a former university librarian.
Okay, thank you, ma. So you are welcome. I'm responding. I am not reacting. Reacting can be conflictual. Response is welcoming and embracing. So I understand all you've said. About the hybrid, I want you to also know, ma, that as a professor, when I have this kind of a task, I may not be in library, I may not be a librarian, but I have the assignment to read and read up to date. So I'm happy I have educated you, even at that your elevated level. Thank you, ma'am. Now, the second aspect of it, a caveat. I'm not a staff of test fund. God. So, I am a chairman of technical advisory group. So, why I'm not underrating my office, at the same time, I'm not exaggerating it. So, I shouldn't be taken as a third fund officer that all previous past observations must be passed across. You get it, man? So there are possibly might be some of your observations which may be very genuine, which are very good, which are also taken into consideration. And about my own office is the chairman technical advisory group, and it has its tenure. So it is just for a while. But what you said, they have been well considered. You say I did not make mention of library or whatever. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You are very, we really appreciate you. You are highly welcome, ma'am. May I provide you this piece of information? When I was talking, when I was referring to TED Fund, I specifically referred to the library section, even online. That's one. Ma, as the chairman of TAG under TED Fund, I can't download all the full detailed knowledge and information I have to you. So to assume that library is not being consulted is a very powerful comment that lacks foot to stand. So, ma, we have professors that form the group. We have from different sections, from different areas of specializations. At present, we have about 48 of us across the country. When Professor Awo was our boss, at the time we have 80. So we have assorted. So, ma. Thank you, ma'am. Well taken. I want to appreciate you. I think I can move on to other questions. Maybe after the presentation, we can meet for eyeball to eyeball discussion. Yeah. I want to learn more from you. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, sir, you have the floor. Sorry, yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's great. From the definitions you gave here, open access, it's basically a practice of providing online information, okay, to the scientific community, an information that is free of charge and it's reusable. That's the information that you have given us here. Providing that is the practice of providing that. So it's a free information that you are providing to users online, if I get you right. So that's why we have the EU open access policy. We have American open access policy. I don't know about Africa, the open access policy. Coming back home, do we have the Nigerian open access policy? You know, instead of this going back and forth between whether TED Fund or the National Library or a particular set of expertise has to be involved in the open access policy. You know, in the first place, do we have one? And are there plans to set up an open access policy?
Thank you, please.
Before we can...
I really appreciate you. If you look at a section that without expectations towards the last section of my discussion, there is a section that seems to have fully attended to that your question. And that talks about either formation or a review, if we have those in existence. You know, I said expectations and actions. So when we talked about action and expectations, part of that could be futuristic. So loaded inside that seems to have a detailed answer to that concern. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, ma. I'm sorry, ma. I'm sorry, ma. I'm sorry. You will talk. But my former chairman is my boss, has raised up his hand. And I'm sorry. I have the permission to give, I have the right and the power of the mic to give him the right to talk first. So later you are going to talk.
Well, thank you, my chairman. Let me say that so far, Third Fund has not gone into open access publishing at all. At all. Third Fund, and it's a shame that things happen in our universities, and many people don't know about it. I'm sure that some of us, where the academic publishing centers are located in our universities, some of us may not even know that there is an academic publishing center there. There is one University of Lagos, for example, that takes care of the Southwest, like he indicated. There is one right here in Abuja that is not really fully operational yet at the University of Abuja. So, like he said, each of the 6 geopolitical zones, the one for the southeast is at Oka, the one for the south-south is in Calabar, and the one for the north central is in Mina. That's where, so of the 7 really, we can say that maybe 4 are the ones that have produced books for Third Fund. Now, the books that are published by Third Fund so far, indeed there are 100 volumes that have been produced, 100 textbooks written by Nigerian academics, high-standing academics. But the sad aspect of it, and I know, is that even many of us in the system don't know about these books. And the authors themselves are worried that they've written books that are not being used in the system. We advertise, any academic, look at the newspapers, there is a call for manuscripts, okay? The technical advisory group receives manuscripts from across the country. We process the manuscripts through the usual publishing process. They are reviewed, peer-reviewed, and when they've gone through that process, it is then that they go to the academic publishing centers or other publishers, really. So there are 2 categories. If you have responded to the advert and you sent manuscripts to Third Fund, and it goes through the review process and is published. If you look at all our manuscripts, all the books, the copyright for that book belongs to the author. Third Fund does not want to dabble into copyright issues. The copyrights belong to the authors. Ab initio, he can do whatever he wants to do with it. What Third Fund does, we produce 2,000 copies, 2,000 hard copies. Okay? Because Third Fund does not want to get into copyright, 1,000 of that goes to the author. I have also published with TED Fund. I have a TED Fund book that is referred to internationally. It's been taken as a Google book. It's a TED Fund book published by Ibadan University Press. It's there. The copyright belongs to me. And it's largely marketed by Musuro, the booksellers. Giveaway price, really, because I just wanted my work disseminated. But less than maybe about a month ago or 2 months ago, I just went online. Of course, I know the book is there. And I saw that there was a group that is selling this book, at least advertised, selling this book, the way I produced it, with my name, copyright, everything, that they are selling it for $20. This is a book that we sell here for 2,000 naira. Indeed, I just give it out. I've given out copies, complimentary copies. And a group in the US, you can go online, you will see it there. Lesser known Nigerian fruits and vegetables. And I was surprised. There are only 1,000 copies available because there's 1,000 copies with TED Fund, and I as author, I get 1,000 copies. The 1,000 copies are sold mainly by Musuro, the booksellers. But I have some that I take from that I do as complimentary. How did this, I know it's on Conga, and that's true Musuro, but this US connection, I was surprised. So I had to call Mr. Musuru that, what's happening? When did my book get to somebody selling for $20? I said, Prof, I don't know about it. It's possible they've come to our bookstore, bought the books, taken abroad, and they are selling. And they are selling. So going back, TED Fund produces 2,000 copies, okay, of the books. You don't contribute anything to the production of the book. TED Fund takes 1,000 copies that is to be distributed to the Nigerian tertiary education system. If we take it that there are 300, 350 or whatever tertiary institutions, you can see how many copies that we get to each, okay? So the remaining 1,000 that you have as author, you can sell or do whatever you want to do with it. And that's what the arrangement that I have. Because so that you can make some money of your own out of it. The copyright belongs to you. Tomorrow, if I want to revise my book, I revise it with no reference to TED Fund. Because the copyright belongs to me. Okay? But in the last 2 years, we felt that some of these manuscripts that we are getting are actually good, very good. My own talks about lesser known Nigerian fruits and vegetables. I'm talking about ugu, I'm talking about shoko yokoto, I'm talking about all those things. And no more, that's what led to the SFA book that you are referring to. I'm talking about local Nigerian fruits and vegetables that people don't know anything about. That's where I spent a good part of my research, and a good part of that work is covered in that book. It's available online. Okay? But we realize that what we need in the system are basic textbooks that will address the problem of undergraduates, say from 100 to 300 level, and their equivalents in the polytechnic, so that you can have the fundamentals, which we've done, of physics, for example, which fundamental concepts of physics written by a well-known professor of edited, as you know, it's written, edited. So because we discovered that the books that we are getting are books that are written by individuals, we decided that for some of these basic textbooks, let's commission some of our best professors as coordinating editors to establish a group of authors that will write that book. So it's not just Professor Award that is writing it, but a group of authors, but I serve as editor. We have one of such books, Literature in English for Nigerian Tertiary Education System, written by Professor Olu Obafemi and late Professor David Kerr. Professor Olu Obafemi is a winner of the Nigerian Order of Merit, NNOM. You can't go further than that in literature. He is the editor of that book. That book is published by the University of Lagos Academic Publishing Center. So they assembled a collection of authors that wrote the book, up to 25 of them, but edited by himself and the late Professor Kerr. Indeed, the book was published after Professor Kerr has died. Okay? But those books are commissioned by TED Fund. Okay? So they were paid. Not much. How much can you pay Professor Olu Obafemi to? But they saw it as a job that they needed to do for the system. Okay? They were paid for it. So for such books, okay, and there are about 40 of them in different subject areas, not just literature, but also history, computer science. There is one on artificial intelligence that Professor Adenike Oshofison was the coordinating editor. So such books, because they were commissioned by TED Fund, the copyright, if you look at the book, belongs to TED Fund. So TED Fund can do whatever they want with those books. And the PDF for those books are with TED Fund. Nothing stops that TED Fund from putting those PDFs on TED Fund website. But that is still not digitalization or digital publishing. So we are making incremental progress. So the concerns that you raised are well known. All those books, my book, TED Fund, dare not put it on anywhere because the copyright belongs to me. They have to come to me, negotiate, we want to use these books, and I can sign on. But those that TED Fund commissioned, and the TED Fund has the copyright, TED Fund can do whatever it wants to do with those books. So all your concerns have been taken care of, but the point being made is critical. Librarians, those who know about these things must be involved. And if TED Fund is going to go into open access, and that's why I'm here, I'm no longer the chairman of TAG, but I know that TED Fund must work closely with organizations like WACREN that know what we are talking about, so that we don't start on something again, it will end up with say we made mistakes. You don't get into something because you have the money. So, like Professor Abegunde said, it's just advising TED Fund. But it would have been proper if TED Fund itself is represented here, like a director from TED Fund is part of this group, then we know that TED Fund is involved. But they must be advised that if they are going into open access, it's a whole new ball game, and they need to partner with the right people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Awo. I can tell you that we invited TED Fund and always invite them. But I think, yes, we need a dedicated TED Fund workshop. So maybe the chair of the TAG will be responsible for that. So we usually bring people together. We're not one organization. That is your role. My role is to make you aware of what we're doing regionally. And you also have to be careful as Nigeria. Because you see, while you're busy splitting hairs, I can assure you that other countries will move forward. And we're encouraging other countries to do exactly that. Because it might just be that Nigeria needs to take an example from a smaller country that is successful. On that note, I think we should have lunch. Thank you very much. I will leave that in your hands, madam. But let's have lunch now. Oh, and then I think here, but lunch now.
No, so you can. We're here to fix things, so let's start fixing them, isn't it? We've said since. Now, the point really about open access policies, even as when Professor Bogoro was there, when we started the research, the Standing Committee on Research, the first thing I told him was to get an open access policy. In fact, for the 2.5 years, it was what I said. I've written several open access policies. I have some running on that. Put this on ground as a foundation, because where we are heading, that's what you are going to find. So I don't know whether you were chairman then, but it's something that, okay, today, tomorrow. But I think the issue was, you first of all have to get people to even understand what you are talking about. So an open access policy is not something that is rocket science. It's a click and I get you one. As usual.
That they are going to develop open access policy. So when we came back, you know, the UNESCO, not for UNESCO, I don't know if you know, not for UNESCO, National Commission on UNESCO. So we are having meetings, 2 meetings. So you know, I'm saying, this is now what we came back from UNESCO with. Let this country, and it has been assigned to, I don't like to mention it has been assigned to Professor Kebukala.
I know now. No. See, ma. Let's not overlay about this. The Open Education Resources Policy. The Open Education Resources Policy, I reviewed it.
Okay,
the
good.
National one, I
Yes,
reviewed it. And the day we went to defend it, it was 2 hours of me standing correcting things.
Fine.
But third form can get their own. Therefore, don't have to wait for Nigeria to get one.
May I remind you all that this is a regional meeting. No. It's a no. So as Nigerian hosts, we should be conscious of that. You know. Let's go for lunch, good man. And there's egusi soup too. I know you like that. Yeah. Men, just in an orderly fashion, we can grab a lunch.
kill.
It's girls in the mix, yeah.
She shampoos my locks. Always have my back, she stand true to that. Real type of love is thank you for that. Yo, running barefoot without my shoes and socks. Cause she keep herself clean, man, I got catch no rush. And she love me for real, man, I feel have no cash. And any little thing and from a splish, she splash. Yo, all this playing is like you forgot. Use cheddar as the bait, then you recruit the rat. So we listen couple speech of Martin Luther chat. Dennis Brown, Bob Marley and some super cat. Yo, it seems like she live outside the Duke shop. Cause she don't have a scratch, it's only beauty spot. When one duty start is when one duty stop. 1 9 to 5, 1 5 to 12 o'clock. You see me?
and them. Yeah. This is for y'all. The remix.
Said I know that it's somebody's birthday tonight somewhere, and I know somebody's gonna celebrate tonight somewhere. I know one thing's for sure. I'm gonna put on my dancing shoes, then I'ma hit the door and go out and step the whole night through. Step in the name of love. I'm gonna step in the name of love. Then I'm gonna clap in the name of love. Oh yeah, clap in the name of love. I'm gonna step in the name of love. Ooh. Step in the name of love. In the name of love. In the name of love. Move in the name of love. See, I know there's somebody breaking out the champagne somewhere, and you can be sure that somebody's gonna make love night until the day. But one thing's for sure. I'm gonna put on my dancing shoes, then I'ma hit the door and go out and step the whole night through. Step in the name of love. Yeah. Step in the name of love. Oh.
sometimes and you can get discouraged when it seems as though our working lives are giving us a hard. But baby, don't you worry. And it won't be long now, so we must be strong. There were times I knew I let you down so badly. I never knew then what losing your love would mean to me. Ask for anything, I'll give it to you gladly. Cause you're part of me now, and you must believe that. If you're hurt, I'm hurting too. And I'm thinking about your love. If you need someone to care, I'll be there. You should know I'll never change. Cause I'm thinking about your love. Tonight, today, and always. Thinking about you. Thinking about. Counting up the days until I'm there beside you. Till I hold you in my.
She was a Jezebel, this Brixton queen, living a life like a backstreet dream, telling me lies when the truth was clear. I think she knew what I wanted to hear, spinning around like a wheel on fire, walking on tightrope and love's highway. Fatal attraction is where I'm at, there's no escaping me. I just wanna be close to you. You are the things you want me to. I just wanna be close to you and show you the way I feel. I feel love when I'm lying in the midnight hour, holding you just like a dream. Love is never what it seems when we touch, and you're holding me the way you do. Girl, you make my dreams come true. You make my dreams come true. I just wanna be close to you. You are the things you want me to. I just wanna be close to you.
It can feel loud. Anyone who's gonna have a baby, we'll tell them not to punch out clear the compass.
Every time your body's next to mine, something deep inside of me wants to love you endlessly.
King and Steve and DJ, never chill and load a chill and long a walk. Come chill and load a puff from a piece of the hill, clear them off. Chill and load a chill and long a walk. Come chill and load a puff from a piece of the hill, clear them off. Woman, the mind is my soul and heart. Party girl and take the sweetheart. Antoinette at the gate of my heart. But tell the women when I'm friends that have been about chill and load a chill and long a walk. Come chill and load a puff from a piece of the hill, clear them off. Chill and load a chill and long a walk. Come chill and load a puff from a piece of the hill, clear them off. Girls, every day. From London, Canada, and the West End. Girls, every day. We'll get up the homosexual and our gay. We have a chill and load and chill and long and waft. Come chill and load and come from a piece of the hill, clear them off. Chill and load and chill and long and waft. Come chill and load and come from a piece of the hill, clear them off. When the girl them jump off of the wharf, pull up the socks man and the sharp, and none of funk food and none of passage. I look a good relationship to start. Chill up a man with a broken heart, have a cup full of buckle chip and a load of ass. Bad man wanna walk for the camp. Chill around your town plenty, chill around the laugh. Mama man them don't want a chance. Chill around to give back woman them at the other. Chill around a walk. Come chill around the cup from a piece of the hill, clear them off. Chill around a chill around a walk. Come chill around the cup from a piece of the hill, clear them off.
Gotta have two, not one. She know a freaky nigga like me. Get it wet, then I'm out like strike three. No doubt, make a girlfriend eat her out. After we fuck, then the exit be the route. Believe me, we don't love them hoes. Break out after we dug them hoes. You wanna stay, bitch? What you talking about? Put your shoes on, start walking out. Get out, I don't wanna hug you. Get out, bitch, I don't love you. Get out, what you talking about? Put your shoes on and start walking. I know you here and got me licking the hole before I'm sticking the hole. I put my face on the place niggas don't see. Love, drug, baby, I'm about to OD. Cocaine, pussy, one stroke, be your whole key. You're feminine, hook me heaven in. I'll do anything, or it's the SNL. Keep me satisfied, that certified. Come and take a ride, I'll be your great adventure. Tell your friends I've been chill, sent you. Just a mini car, my bedroom angel. Take aim, loving the curves, and the curve on stroking. Having the head, but you did, you said you a good girl.
And we don't stop, Mom. What's the problem? Always complain when there's chicks that starving. What type of game is this? I used to support ya. I thought you'd appreciate some of the things that I bought ya. Shoes from Milan, Louis Vuitton, animals on back and jewels in your arm. Mommy is nothing to make moves with a dawn. Boom the big fish, leave them fools in the pond.
Just when I made up my mind, don't put you right all now. You only makes you wanna call now. Can you try and tell me what made you choose her as your friend? Just when I think you've given up, it's too good. All I can say, farewell, my lonely one. Nothing else you can do.
So, we have a have the presentations afterwards, you know, so you can engage a bit more after this lunch. You don't. Well, it is because of you, madam. So, but you know, I'm just sort of advising. So we will give it a few minutes, so you settle in from your lunch. Settle from your lunch, but once you settle in, we will start with the panel. So should we say in another 5-10 minutes, right? 5, so that you can finish your postprandial activities. Sorry.
Once again, we're facing a tough situation. No need to be basic, cause time will be wasting. We've been through this type of thing before. When I stepped to the right and used to crying in the door. I really hate moments that turn out like these. I sell the 7 C's if I thought that it would ease the discomfort we feel, but we must part. There's not a man alive that wouldn't feel it in his heart. Living out a suitcase, always on the move. I really appreciate the fact that you always waited and been ready and willing, supporting what I'm doing and how I'm feeling. Traveling all over may keep the bills paid, but I couldn't stand myself if my love was to fade. Over and over I dwell on this issue, cause when I'm away I can't help but miss you. Tell me that you wait, tell me that you wait, tell me that you wait for me. I gotta come back someday.
morning and they blow down my door. When you can part through my window, so they put me in the back the car at the station. From that point on, I reached my destination, where the destination region at the east detention. Where I look down my pants, look up my bottom, so informer. You know, say that I'm a snowman, I go blame. I keep boom boom down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, stop somewhere down the lane. I keep boom boom down. Informer. You know, say that I'm a snowman, I go blame. I keep boom boom down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, stop somewhere down the lane. I keep boom boom down. Because the man they think they have more power. They on the phone, me say they wanna wow me. For once I use it once and now me call me lover. Don't move me calling on the one tell me. And me lover in my heart down to my belly. You say now me stomach I feel cool and deadly. It's the one MC Shine and the one that is slow. Together we all are gonna miss a tornado. Informer. You know say that my stomach I go play. I like keep on going down. Take the man that say that my stomach stop somewhere down the lane. I like keep on going down. Informer. You know say that my stomach I go play. I like keep on going down.
So I suppose since we have all these nice chairs lined up here, it will be, sorry, she's going to come back. She's going to the restroom, yes. Yeah. Since we have all the nice chairs in front, we would have to use them. So maybe, Professor Howell, this is, we're bringing your panel, the panel forward. So I think I can actually just leave this in your hands. Is it not with him? You gave it, I mean, printed out. No, not printed out. I don't need to print it out. Oh, here you go. You are his assistant, aren't you? Yes, she's the assistant, eh? So yes, please, can you
I want to understand what I'm to do.
Sorry?
I want to understand what I am.
So this is the panel. Call out
the moderator.
But then you can save him all the, ask him what he wants you to do and sort it out.
are we supposed?
You have that thing that you
Yes,
you do share with them because that is it.
Yes, of course I will.
You did, so let's just follow that. Help others. So that I think it's the President Academy letter first.
I hope I'll be able to get the pronunciations.
Research in the area.
Do I send it to your phone? Will you be able to? That's why I wanted.
I didn't want to use my phone over. I just turned it off.
Okay, so what do we do? Because it's here with me. I can do it. No, I can't do demonstration. But I'm asking about questions. How will you do it? Do you need that? The introductions, all of this.
Yeah, that will have. It's not printed anyway.
That's why I said you should have it printed.
They can just print it.
All right. Prof needs this panel protocol.
That will be current.
What do you suggest?
What's wrong with the phone? Too small.
Well, it's small. I can manage, but
because these people at their prints might take some more time.
Okay.
So if you, I think the way to do it will be to do it.
I have. You sent it to me.
Yes, I did.
Maybe you should send it again.
Yes, I will. On your WhatsApp. All right. Okay. I want to be sure you get it. Fine. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're welcome back from our lunch. And for this session, we'll be having the panel discussion with our erudite professors here present. And the topic for discussion is cultivating a culture of research excellence, motivating researchers and fostering an innovative academic environment. And to discuss this topic with us, we have 4 panelists and a moderator. Our moderator for this session is Professor Charles Awo. And our panelists, please, as I call, I would like our panelists to come forward, right? Our moderator is Professor Charles Awo, please. We need 1 extra chair. Our first panelist is the president of Nigerian Academy of Science, Professor E.I. Braid. Welcome. You're welcome, ma'am. We also have the president, Nigerian Academy of Letters, Professor O.T. Akinriade. You're welcome, sir. Yes, please. Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Conference of Vice-Chancellors and Principal of Universities, Polytechnics and Colleges in Sierra Leone, Professor Edwin Momo. You're welcome, sir. And our very own National Librarian and CEO of the National Library of Nigeria, Professor Chinwe Anunobi. You're welcome, man. This way, please. So at this point, I will hand the mic over to the moderator, Professor Charles. Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big honor to be asked to moderate this very, very important session. And with the array of distinguished individuals that have been assembled to do justice to the topic, I'm sure we'll have a very, very vibrant session this afternoon. Now, the topic is cultivating a culture of research excellence, motivating researchers, and fostering an innovative academic environment, which is really very, very topical. As listed, the first presentation will be by Professor Eka Braid. Of course, she is the president of the Nigerian Academy of Science. She's well known globally in the medical sciences. So I don't know how she does it, but when I saw her today, I said, "Where are you from?" So she's just coming from Lagos, and it's each time we meet, it's always like that. Extremely busy, but she is a great scholar in every right, and I'm sure she will. We will benefit a lot from her from this discussion. Then her presentation will be followed by that by, I think, Professor Timothy Akinade, who is, of course, the president of the Nigerian Academy of Letters. So from the agenda that I have here, I'm to make, well, just to welcome you and make a brief remarks. Cultivating a culture of research excellence. So we agree that there is something that must be cultivated. And there is a culture when it comes to research, and it's a culture of excellence. Well, I'm sure we'll discuss this in detail, but pardon me to say, I don't know what's happening in our sister countries, but from my perspective, if we talk about Nigeria, I think we have missed this aspect of excellence in research and that culture in our institutions. My colleagues may differ, but even in their differing, the point that Professor Akinade made today, when he talked about the fact that he was sent, as we all receive, once he was sent the papers of an academic for assessment to the position of professor. And we know what he said. His recommendation was at the end of it. The first thing that struck me, and it's not unusual, I've received many like that, is that wasn't there an internal quality control? Definitely before you get to sending papers out for external assessors, it will have gone through stages, especially at the professorial level. Department, faculty, prima facie case will have been made. Those papers will have been looked at. So really, in appointing an external assessor, what you are actually expecting is just a mere rubber stamp of what you have done internally. It should be an oddity that you send something out and it came back negative. And negative from the perspective that he gave, which gave the impression that there was really no internal quality control. And that regrettably is what our education system has become these days. And I make no, I don't hide that anywhere. I don't hide that anywhere. And it is most unfortunate. We recruit young lecturers and we essentially just leave them on their own. Mentoring, as we went through, has become a thing of the past. A young PhD comes into the system. All he knows is that maybe in another 3 years, if you were lecturer 2, I'll be due for lecturer 1. These are the number of publications determined that I may need for that. And he's left on his own. In our own days, it wasn't like that. It's unimaginable. When I joined the University of Ibadan in 1974, as lecturer grade 2, straight from Cornell with a PhD from Cornell University, what I met on ground was similar to what I went through in Cornell. I did master's, PhD. At the end of my master's, my supervisor, your work has to be published. And it was my duty, do the extract, hand it over to him. It went through the departmental review. So by the time he finished his review with red marks and I did the correction, by the time it went through the review, even what my supervisor reviewed and said was okay was again marked by the departmental. It was off my hand. They paid the paid charges, but before it bears the Cornell University imprint as a publication from Cornell University, it must go through all that. And when I came back to UI, it was the same process. Okay? It's unimaginable that I will write a paper without consulting my senior colleagues. They know the area in which I'm working. Now publications are being generated in departments, and then you don't even have the facilities, you know yourself, to do this research. Okay? You are reporting amino acid composition or whatever, but in your department you don't have an amino acid analyzer. So where does the data come from? The young PhD student again has gone somewhere, collected data, you yourself have not validated. Ultimately, that data is published. He gets his first publication. Is this how it is done? Then it continues along that line. And that's what we have today. And it's most unfortunate. almost said, if you don't have money, it does not mean that your research cannot be good. Well, I differ. If you don't invest in research, you cannot get good results. You need to invest in research. So the issue is where all these publications are coming from. Where are the laboratories that are backing them up? So those are the things that are really bringing us down, and not so much publication. If you are confident about what you have done, then you will be able to publish it anywhere if the results are genuine and you can back it up. You will not be looking for journals that just take whatever, that they are even asking you. Of course, I'm digressing. So let's go on. So the important thing really is in terms of research. Where are the facilities? Where are the investments? I was going through the Global Innovation Index, and Nigeria is rated as 109 in the countries of the world in terms of capacity to innovate and to deliver. 109, that's where we are rated. So that shows where innovation, the level of innovation in our nation. And we know how much as a country we are actually investing as our GDP in research and development. So if you don't invest, you are not going to get the right results. But I'm sure our panelists will do a lot of justice to that. So I think I've essentially spent my 5 minutes already. So it is my honor and privilege to call on, well, as we have it here, really, I start moderation, introduction, 5 minutes, opening statement by the panelists, each panelist opening statement of 10 minutes, and the first person here is actually the President, Nigerian Academy of Letters, and is to discuss the role of humanities in fostering a culture of interdisciplinary collaborative researches in achieving research excellence. So, Prof, over to you, sir. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, the chairman. First, let me appreciate the organizers for the invitation to be part of this program. More importantly, because the issues being engaged with today are critical to the future of the academic systems, not just in Nigeria, but in all the countries that are invited. The chairman has raised some critical issues about the direction of scholarship, about the quality of scholarship. I have my own opinions on some of these issues because I've been alarmed about it. I think in 2012 or 2011, I gave a speech at the University of Ibadan on the direction of scholarship in the Nigerian university system, at which I was asking myself, do we still have researchers? Do we still have academics as academics? Because it got to a point where that as long as we are breathing, after 3 years, to get promoted. And when you go to some other institutions, it's even worse, because there is a private university that the Vice-Chancellor got a PhD 4 years before. She was a lecturer 1 in Ibadan. And then after her PhD, she was a senior lecturer 2 years after professor. And you ask yourself, where are we going? But that is not what I've been asked to discuss. I've been asked to talk on the role of humanities in fostering interdisciplinary collaborative research and achieving research excellence. If this were 20 years ago, I probably would have had a different opinion. But let me tell you 2 stories which you are all familiar with. Remember the early 2000s with the polio vaccine rejection in Kano and other parts of the north. we had a major health challenge in the country. And Nigeria was one of the few countries left where polio was said to be eradicated. The vaccine was there. It had been proven to be working, but it was rejected. The question was why? Because there was lack of understanding of the society in which it was being applied. No understanding of the culture, no understanding of the religion, no understanding of the political dynamics. You can have the science, you can have the technology, produce the solutions, but if you don't have the humanities to interpret it to the society, the solution may not be received by the society. Which is why, as we develop our innovations as scientists, as engineers, we need to carry along the humanities in terms of the interpretation of the society which is going to be adopted. If that was canon, you say, okay, it's Nigeria. But what happened to COVID-19? COVID-19 vaccine, the world was racing to get the vaccine. The vaccine came. Even my daughter refused to take the vaccine. She's a graduate. She's a lawyer. She refused to take the vaccine. Her brother did, I did, my wife did, our younger sister did, but she refused. Why? Because she said she wasn't persuaded about the scientific arguments. I can't. She knows I'm a historian, she's a lawyer, the mother is a historian. So we need to be able to relate to the needs of the people who want to apply the result of our researches to. I don't know whether I make any sense. So, and there are influencers. Nobody, Djokovic, the tennis player, is a very influential person. He refused to take the vaccine, and he was a lightning rod for as many as wanted to reject it. When Trump took the vaccine and didn't make it compulsory for the people thought he didn't take it. So it is very easy for people to get carried away by sentiments if you don't get to address the critical issues. Now, until we begin to understand the society through humanistic perspectives, much of our scientific discoveries will continue to get struggles with acceptance. And what is the point of spending so much money, making discoveries, getting solutions to our societal problems, scientists working in laboratories and discovering them, and then those who are supposed to use them are turning them down? So, we're in an increasingly interconnected world, and we cannot discount the importance of interdisciplinary research. There is no way that you can get solutions without going into the various disciplines. Now, most of the challenges we face in the world today, climate change, health challenges, environmental problems, all of them require solutions that transcend the boundaries of traditional academic disciplines. We need to move across. And the humanities defined as philosophy, history, literature, arts, sociology, all of them have a critical role to play, and we should collaborate if we are going to achieve research excellence. Research excellence, if defined according to what our first speaker said, that research is meant for what? To address the problem of society. So if our research is not addressing the problem of society, we are wasting our time. Even me as a historian, I've had to change my methodology in order to relate to the society. Otherwise, I will write things that will end up on the shelves. So, if we look at the humanistic perspectives, the critical perspective of the humanities is to help us to develop our research as scientists, apply cultural values, apply sociology, applying the thinking of the people to the way you want your research uptake to be done. Things like, I said for architecture, there's the issue of architecture, there's the philosophy of architecture, there's the sociology of architecture. If you design something that neglects the three, you're most likely to be wasting your time. You design a house in Bayelsa that doesn't take care of the terrain, that doesn't take care of how the people live, how they see themselves as people who are living on water and all that. You may realize that you are wasting your time. When the school on the wheels, the nomadic education program was introduced, it forgot that you have to take into consideration the fact that the people you want to reach are not staying on the same spot. So your intervention must take that into consideration if it's going to work. Now, I'll just look at 4 different areas where the humanities can help to enhance interdisciplinary research and promote excellence. Number 1 is broadening perspectives and enhancing critical thinking. The second one is promoting effective communication and collaboration, and then contributing to holistic approaches and innovative solutions and enhancing the impact and reach of research. Broadening perspectives and enhancing critical thinking. One of the things we need to know, and we must always put in mind, is that the humanities contribute to critical thinking in interdisciplinary research. By broadening the perspectives, it gets you a larger framework to get your work across. We query assumptions, we think critically, we consider the broader social impact, the cultural and the historical context, and it will help the scientists, it will help the technologists, the engineers in their devices, in their inventions. That ability to analyze, that ability to synthesize ideas, to bring various groups together is critical to interdisciplinary research. If you are going to get involved in interdisciplinary research that will give us the kind of results we are looking for, then all these perspectives are very important. But one critical area we cannot neglect is ethics. For scientists, medical ethics, architects, almost every scientist have their own ethical values, the ethics of research. And us, we are in the position to help you to navigate all those areas. The ethical grounding is essential for achieving research excellence. And it ensures that the outcomes of research are not only innovative, but they are socially responsible. If they are not socially responsible, I can assure you the uptake will be like the polio vaccines in Kano and other places where people rejected them. While you have done a good job, while you have provided an answer to the society's problems, the people are not ready to accept your solution. Number 2, I hope I'm not. No. Okay, sir. Okay, sorry. Promoting effective communication and collaboration. You know, communication, like those of us, it has to tell you, is between the one speaking and the one hearing. There is this joke. He said, I thought you said you taught Charles how to whistle. He said yes. But he doesn't whistle now. He said, I said I taught him. I didn't say he learned it. Many times we are teaching, people are not learning. And in fact, that is the bane of our classrooms today in our universities. We are busy parodying. You just go there and deliver and talk and talk. And at the end of the semester, the students go and copy themselves. Why? Because we have not communicated. I just concluded the research, the field work for a project on contract cheating prevalence in the Nigerian university system. I'm still writing up the results. One of the questions was, have you ever cheated? No, it was an anonymous survey. Have you ever cheated in examinations, or have you helped somebody to cheat? Have you helped somebody to write exam? And out of the 300 that filled my questionnaire, almost 70 said yes. For me, that is a terrible, terrible signal. Because it means that everybody is cheating. And then the follow-up question is, why did you do it? Some will say, because I didn't understand the teacher. Some said, because they didn't have the money to stay in school. So they had to hire somebody had to hire them to cheat on their behalf. And this raises issues about how we communicating in the class. But let's take it to research. If you are not communicating, for those of us in project management, communication is one of the issues we address. Because the stakeholder communication, stakeholder engagement is very important. If we are going to get the output of our research to be accepted, we must learn to communicate with the end users. Except you are the producer and the user. But if society is the end user, then we must learn to communicate. And that is the job of the people in humanities. One of the best scientists I know, a friend of mine, and some of us know, Shegun Fatusi, is a medical scientist. But I call him a social scientist. He communicates. And there's no way you won't fall in love with his work, because everybody can relate to what he's doing. So even as Provost of the Anti-Corruption Academy, when I organize trainings, it's one of my constant resource persons. Because I know that if he stands in front of the people, he will communicate with them. And he's a scientist. He's a medical doctor. Not the medical handwriting, which you can read. So he doesn't write, he doesn't speak like they write. So, but what I'm saying is that we need to be able to communicate effectively. And humanities is what will help you to achieve that. And it also facilitates collaboration. Because if you can understand each other, it's easier for you to get across. Now, okay, let me quickly rush over this. The third aspect is contributing to holistic approaches and innovative solutions. We have problems, and they are complex. And we need to address them from various perspectives. Different approaches that will give us an holistic response to the problem. Not only the scientific aspect, not only the technical considerations, but like I said earlier, the social, the cultural, and the human dimensions. And also the political dynamics. If you ignore them, then you are not likely to get anybody to buy into your research. I've mentioned the issue of the public health research, in which the scientists came up with the solutions, but the society refused to use them. Let me finally answer the impact and reach of research. There's no point getting your research localized to you. You need to be able to get it to where it is needed. And the humanities can play a vital role in enhancing the impact and the reach of interdisciplinary research. Ordinarily, humanities scholars are skilled at engaging with broader audiences. That is our job. Communicating with. Whether through writing, through public speaking, or digital media, we reach out to others. And by collaborating with humanities scholars, it will help us to communicate the significance of our research findings to the public, to policymakers, and other stakeholders. Many times we do our research and ignore the policymakers. I'm sorry, you can get the thing done, but if the policymakers don't buy into it, how will the government invest in the research? So we also need to get the government, need to get the policymakers to buy into our research. So that will help to ensure that the knowledge you have generated has meaningful impact on the society. We keep emphasizing the need for getting your result across. That is the job of the humanities. I will stop there, but I will just conclude that By broadening the perspectives, by promoting critical thinking, by enhancing communication and collaboration, contributing to holistic approaches, and increasing the impact of research, the humanities can ensure that interdisciplinary research is not only intellectually rigorous, but also, underline, socially relevant and ethically grounded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, there is no point trying to summarize that. I think we'll take all together. But clearly, a great case has been made for us to, even at the conception of the research, be thinking about the impact on the society, and that entails that we must bring in a broad expertise, recognize the importance of people in the humanities, social sciences, who are really invariably in a better position to communicate whatever we have done to the general public and to the society. So we'll now take our Vice-Chancellor, Principal Committee of Vice-Chancellors, polytechnics, colleges, etc. from Sierra Leone, who will share insights on how the science, technology, and innovation policy and open science initiatives in Sierra Leone. Thank you. And open science initiatives in Sierra Leone are creating an environment that supports research, innovation, and excellence among Sierra Leonean higher education institutions. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Professor Owo. Thank you so much. I would have given my time to Professor Kirinde because this is just about sharing some insight into how research excellence is being fostered in Sierra Leone through policies. Let me start by saying that there seems to be a kind of paradox that that dawned on me while sitting here. Understanding that one of the oldest higher education institutions in the sub-Saharan Africa is actually from Sierra Leone, which means that we should be sharing what perhaps our experiences would have been to those that came after us. But unfortunately, the reverse is happening. And I have had to listen to lengthy discussions today and presentations and, learning again and like relearning instead of, giving experiences that we have had in the past for the last 200 years in higher education institution implementation. I say so because when we think of higher education institutions and research, we only came to have our institutions be really collaborative in research after the Universities Act was again amended to give rise to 2 public universities in 2005. So whilst you were dealing with hundreds of universities or higher education institutions, before 2005 we had only 1 public university, the University of Sierra Leone, to which Frobe College, which is the oldest, perhaps the oldest in the sub-region, belonged, and Jala University, which was much more of an agriculture and science-based institution. But in 2005, when the Universities Act was, the old one was repealed and reviewed, we had Jala University becoming an autonomous university, making 2 public universities. We did not see the problem coming until when in 2018 there was this free quality education for senior secondary school, which meant that we were going to be receiving more graduates from the secondary schools into higher education institutions, including the universities. that will definitely mean that there was need for us to have had more universities. And in 2014, that was when we had the third public university that I now head, and one or two private institutions. But I give you this background because there was need for us to also, as we expanded, there was need for us to begin to see one another and to start working together collaboratively in supporting and building capacity of our colleagues. And so just about that time in 2017, 2018, the Conference of Vice-Chancellors and Principals was formed. When I entered this place today, I realized that you've been in existence for the last 60 years, is it? 50 or 60 years. And I said to myself, where were we? But then you can see the reason for which we never had a Conference of Vice-Chancellors and Principals, because we had only one university up until 2005. And in 2014, we had a third, and now we have six in total as public universities in the country, together with a couple of private universities. And so in 2018, I'll give you that background again, there was need for the Vice-Chancellors to be able to come together and assist our colleagues in building capacity in research and innovation. And so the Conference of Vice-Chancellors and Principals was formed. It was formed through the SPHERE program, which was the Strategic Partnership in Higher Education Initiative and Research, which meant that there was need, and then we had actually had to see the need for complementing government effort and also building a research network amongst the universities. Now, whilst we've been going around and speaking on several issues here, I kept writing, kept taking notes copiously, because there are a few more things that I have come to learn, but can also say to us here in this room, there are a few others that we are perhaps running fast with, that Nigeria is still pacing very slowly, that we would have expected Nigeria to be at the forefront. If we talk about the Directorate of Technology and Innovation that was instituted by the government of His Excellency Madabio in 2018, that was actually a precursor to the formation of to a strategy that was to take care of a innovation and digital environment. All of these were put together as a way of encouraging research and innovation in terms of technology. Whilst we have been talking about, do we have policies? Where are these policies? Where are they not working? Where are they not implemented? Sierra Leone is moving very fast in having some of these policies implemented. In 2023, through the help of WACREN, and also, of course, Omo has been visiting Sierra Leone very often, we have had to embrace that idea of having a national science, technology, and innovation policy that has had the acquiescence of the cabinet. So it helps to promote competitiveness in the productive sector. It's still part of research that the institutions, the universities will undertake to do. But more importantly, one of the things that we have seen to be captured here is that, and you make a very good point of that, Professor Akinrinde, that it has to be something that has to be from mind to the market. And that's what we want to really leverage, ensuring that what is being generated is also accepted by the society. What is being generated could be of use for the development of the society. And so there are several transformative pillars that the National Science and Technology Innovation Policy takes into consideration. And that has been passed through Cabinet in 2023. And in 2023 also, just to help build much more capacity around science, technology, and innovation, the government decided to separate it from, in terms of ministry, from a Ministry of Information and Technology. And so we now have a ministry that takes care of technology and innovation as a separate ministry. But is that helpful to the universities, to the institutions? Yes, of course, because we now have a direct ministry that we can deal with when it comes to the dissemination of research information or wanting to have information that will build our research network. So, late last year, we had a meeting with of all the vice-chancellors and principals of both public and private institutions. We are just that kind of a group, not just for public institutions, and in which we decided to form a task force that I actually headed so that we can have a national open science policy. And I must say here that the good thing about it is the political willingness, and I saw that coming out today in one of the presentations. That very often we, as academics, we want to think that we are sitting on this ivory tower and all those politicians may be, but they make the decisions anyway on our behalf, and therefore whatever we do will have to pass through them, and that's the reason for perhaps the greater networking with every facet of society. It could be from those who are the peasants in the farm to those who are sitting in the cabinet or in parliament. And so we have worked together with these set of groups to be able to come up with a national open science, a national open science policy. We have done that work together with the help of our OMO and others. We've done that work, and it's already in its draft form that has to be sent to Parliament for their approval. It is already in its final draft, and it's my hope that before the end of this year we'll have had approval, because that is what they are really working toward. We do have a Minister of Technical Higher Education that is very much positive, and the good thing is that she comes from, I will not want to associate her to the millennial, but she's very close to the millennials, and you know exactly what that means. They are very techy, and they want to see that some of these things are very technology related, and so that's where she is, and that makes it even easier for us to have all of these some of these policies pass quickly. The details of a policy I will not bore you with, but just to inform you that we are perhaps in a better position now to have our policies passed quickly than Nigeria, where I've been seeing a couple of back and forth arguments on who does what and who does not do what, because we are a much smaller community, and it's quite easier for us to deal with ourselves. And so this is where we are, and I am very grateful that with these kinds of interactions, I'm in a good stead now to begin to put a finger on certain things to be able to run up with quickly. Let me thank all of you for your contributions that will also enhance our capacity in doing what we want to do. I hope I have not spent more than 10 minutes. That's why I wanted to give that to him.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. It's been quite beneficial to all of us, and you've actually challenged us that we know what our problems are here, the need for us to really work together, have a policy, and follow through. Everybody working together so that we can achieve results, so that it's not as if things just stay on the shelf forever. The ideas are there, but they are never ever implemented. Thank you very much. We've learned a lot from you too. So with that, we move to Professor Eka Braid. She is the President, Nigerian Academy of Science, and she will discuss the current state of research excellence in science, medicine as one health, technology and engineering in Nigeria, highlighting specific initiatives and successes, and perhaps we should add Prof. failures. I know it's not there, but you can take that one. You can take that one as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really pleased to be here at this leadership engagement on policy and practice with a special focus on strengthening African research for development. With the myriads of problems currently obstructing sustainable development in Nigeria, this topic for me is very apt. I think we will all benefit from it, but as you say, it shouldn't just be talk. We should be ready to take action. Otherwise, we'll be moving from where we are to where we were. It is indeed critical to engage in conversation that will encourage all stakeholders to ensure that research is indeed for development and not just for research's sake, for climbing the academic ladder. The topic I've been asked to discuss is apt. I've been asked to discuss current state of research excellence in science, medicine, particularly One Health, technology and engineering in Nigeria, highlighting specific initiatives and successes. When I saw this topic, my attention was caught by research excellence, and I was wondering, I read about it and all that, but I said it has become a fashionable concept relevant to the world of science funding and assessment. But like the talk you gave this morning, there are still several questions. Research excellence means exceptionally good performance in research. It's important to mention here that there's still a big debate on what research excellence really means. And a number of questions have been thrown up. How is research excellence measured? That's where the real problem is, because it cannot be same for Africa, same for US, same everywhere. Is global research excellence same as local research excellence? How does a researcher know that the required standard has been reached? Is it just a buzz phrase? Because these phrases come and go. Against this backdrop of the ongoing debate on what research excellence really means, I can testify that a lot of good research has been conducted in science in Nigeria. There's no time to focus on so many, but we have 270 universities. I don't know how many they are today, because each day they add more. 66, 274. 274 now. Okay. By tomorrow it will increase. 66 research institutes and some centers of excellence. So you can imagine, there are researchers in all these places. And the university will churn out PhDs and they are doing research, so many of them. And you can imagine the number of research projects that are being carried out there and the research output that exists. Whether they exist on the shelves, in the library, just there, it's another question. But some centers have performed exceptionally well. But I won't take too many. I'll just cite some specific ones. Let me start with One Health under medicine. One Health joins the three independent sectors, that's animal health, human health, and the ecosystem, with the goal to holistically address health issues such as zoonotic diseases, diseases of animals transmissible to man, antimicrobial resistance, foodborne diseases, and environmental conditions. Let me start with the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC. The NCDC has been in the forefront of implementing the One Health approach, and they even have a national plan for their work. They've established a national One Health strategic plan to enhance collaboration between human, man, and the environmental health sectors. the NCDC and other health agencies worked tirelessly to contain COVID-19, which for Nigeria was commendable. COVID-19, that little virus that humbled the world, we handled it very well in Nigeria, contained it, because we were forced to collaborate. We were forced to collaborate. Everybody was important. The ambulance driver, the security man who would take the temperature of a doctor before he enters the room, and so on. Everybody was forced to collaborate. Whether or not we still have that structure that made us succeed, I'm not sure. Because these zoonotic diseases are all over the place. They can prop up. There's monkeypox now in somewhere. Then I go to the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases in Redeemer's University, Ede. That center has been pivotal in genomic research, especially in tracking and understanding infectious diseases like Ebola, COVID-19, malaria, Lassa, and HIV/AIDS. Their work, there is a team there headed by Dr. Christian Happy. And each time I see him, he's a fellow of the Academy of Science, I ask him, have you discovered another virus? Because they've made so much discoveries in that place. So they're working well and making progress. There's also the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, NITPRID, here in Abuja. They focus on research on development of drugs and also actively involved in COVID-19 vaccine research. One of their products is a herbal product called Nicosan, Niprisan, Niclovix, 3 different names, for sickle cell management. That was developed after extensive research by Professor Charles Swanbebe and his team, late Professor Charles Swanbebe. Then we also have several e-health initiatives. We have in engineering, the National Space Research Development Agency doing good work. We have several innovative hubs. And there are so many that 10 minutes would not allow me to list them. Then Nigerian researchers complain about limited and inconsistent funding. I think I heard Conrad say that really funding is not the problem. Because if you think of the huge amount of money TED Fund rolls out every day, huge amount of money, there can be limited funding. And there are other funders. There's money for research if one wants to do research. Insufficient infrastructure, I don't know about that, because at every time that accreditation takes place, when you get to the university, all correct, everything is correct. We borrow lecturers, we borrow laboratory, we borrow everything, everything is correct. And, and TED Fund gives the university money for 15 items, 15 line items, infrastructure, equipment, everything, every year, if you can retire the previous one. So I don't know. In fact, I headed a university as Vice-Chancellor, and almost every building was labeled a TED Fund building. So I told them that I'll remove my signboard and put TED Fund University, because looking at it, everything was TED Fund. Researchers also believe that they have administrative challenges, limited collaboration, weak research policies, governance issues, economic instability. You know, these are just, we might say, a lot of excuses. Because if a researcher wants to work with a good proposal, the researcher will get the funding. But these days, it's just the academic, the people in the university target a date to become a professor and work towards it. You need this number of publications, publish or perish, so they make that target and they start gathering the publications anyhow. And now you get anyhow professor. We in the Academy of Science have a mandate to assist government in addressing national problems that can be solved by science, technology, and innovation. And we believe that research has to feed policy and practice for ideal, sustainable socio-economic development to be possible in our nation. As long as research is on one side in the shelves Policy is there in the ministry, and practice in the field is nil. We will just be turning around in circles. We also believe that in Nigeria, as in some other African countries, enough research has been conducted to move us up further up the ladder of development, at least towards achieving the SDGs in good time. You will easily agree with me if you just consider the number of research projects conducted annually in our tertiary institutions and research institutes in Nigeria. If you also consider the number of research outputs relevant to national development that are churned out by researchers in Nigeria annually, consider the number of innovators who have produced prototypes relevant to solution of some Nigeria's problem. Also consider the huge number of professionals in Nigeria today who are capable of solving the problems of inadequate water power supply. That's an embarrassment, actually. Low potable water coverage, poor sanitation, land degradation, poor infrastructure, high prevalence of preventable diseases, and so on. We still have malaria till today, but if we are serious, we can control it. In spite of all these, our problems still persist, with all these people existing, all this research done. So it is obvious that there's inadequate uptake of research output in our country. There's therefore an urgent need to redirect research for national development by ensuring that research carried out addresses existing problems in Nigeria. There's this triple helix model that was developed by a group of scientists. I think some of us are here, spearheaded by TED Fund, government, researchers, industry, and civil society. So there's need to be a healthy collaboration, a strong and healthy collaboration among these three stakeholders. There's a critical need to break the boxes because these people are in silos and actualize the triple helix arrangement. Me, I have made it quadruple because I've added civil society to it. Government in particular must be made to realize that research can make a significant difference in solving Nigeria's developmental challenges. This will lead to healthy political will that will guarantee funding and continue conducive environment for research. There's also the urgent need for a data bank inventory of all research conducted in Nigeria, sorted out in disciplines and problems, and accessible to all stakeholders. Repository, open science, relevant to this. So the problem now is communication for collaboration, which my co-panelists have talked about. If these four groups work within them in silos, even that lack of communication exists amongst researchers. Okay. For instance, I just give you an example and I end. The people in the industry concentrate mainly on making profits and becoming the best among others in the same field. These industries hardly use output or research in improving qualities of products and services, perhaps because of lack of knowledge about the existing research output relevant to their products and services. For instance, I said TED Fund gives out money every year, plenty of money, but the research output not even communicated to TED Fund and to industry that needs it. Yeah, where are the results of the project? Where are the reports? They are hidden in journals and so on and so forth. So the key things are working together, collaboration, the different sectors, making sure that the research, much of the research, we can't say all because we still have to do some basic research, relevant to national development. And because of that, we in the academy are trying to mentor early career researchers. We group them, pair them up, and mentor them. And we are trying to focus on predatory academic practices. Put my name, volume 1, number 1 syndrome. What's the other one? There are so many. So, Okay. So now we are working with working together. That I said we are setting an example. We are working with the Academy of Letters in addressing many of these things, and at least we are also working in education at the grassroots level, both academies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President, Academy of Science. Well, she's giving us, as it were, will I say a pass mark? Because she says everything is in place, it will be, in terms of institutions involved in research, perhaps in terms of manpower, but how well trained. Some results are coming out, but she made the point that there is inadequate uptake of whatever it is that is coming out, and that the industry is not at all involved in that. And that, to me, I hope will come out strongly in our discussion. Because for those of us, or for all of us really, that really is the key. That industry is just doing their own, and we are doing our own. And there is just no meeting point. So that research outputs are not being commercialized, society is not being impacted, we are working in silos. So, for Nigeria, potential as always, but the problem remains unsolved. Malaria is still very much malaria. So we listen to our national librarian, and then we'll open up for discussion. 10 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you so very much, the chairman. I'm happy to hear that Prof say that very many quality research coming out from Nigeria, at least from Nigeria. And Sierra Leone also said that they are doing great things. Ghana is doing great things. But then, how is it being used? How are people getting at them? I will start by saying that what is now prevalent is that the global South is not producing, it's only producing 1% of global research. Why? Something is wrong. And that may be the reason. Maybe the global Southern challenge could be the reason why we started having this open initiative. Because some of the research and some of the publication, documentation we have done, we just stock them inside our drawers. Nobody have access to them. Nobody could replicate them. And then here comes the open initiative. The open initiative, I want to, because my own topic says the importance of access to information and resources, and the role of librarians, access to information and resources. So, riding on that idea that Africans, in fact, global South are not producing enough. Global South, yeah, not producing enough. I want to say that the open access initiative or open science is a game changer for us. Because somebody made a presentation in June somewhere outside this country, and they said they are talking about environment, they are talking about eco or an environment. And he's giving data, and I raised up my hand. That was precisely in Sweden. I said, did you capture Africa? He said, well, data about Africa is not available. Now, open access or open science is open, everything open, starting from the title, going through the method, justification, the results, analysis, everything should be open. And that openness, it doesn't only benefit the user, it benefits the researcher. Because you are not in difficulty confirming what is really available before you start your research. You are not in difficulty. The paywall or the copyright encumbrances is no longer a problem for you, because whatever you look for, you find, and what you want to put, you can put up there. And then your visibility, very, very important. Some of us go to notice and identify the benefits of this open access early, and it helped some of us, because the ranking the person may be having in the scientific world is quite high, and people will be using your research output effectively. But if it is not visible, nobody will cite you, you will not be visible, and then you talk of collaboration. It is only when people know your affinity, your affiliation, what you are doing beyond the shores of this country or beyond Africa, people will want to collaborate with you and carry out research. And then more innovation, because innovation builds on what is already there, and then you move on. You move on. There is no replication. That is what you have done. You have done a research on malaria, this area of malaria, and I go ahead and they still do it. Because everything is open, everybody sees it. But librarians and library and information scientists, they have great role to play. Prof has been talking about medical line. You talk about humanities, and you keep carrying out study to know what is happening in that development in that area. Then the responsibility of the library and information scientists is based on information production, information processing, information packaging, information dissemination. And because that is the focus of library and information scientists, when the way and manner of all these are evolving, the competencies, continuing professional development along that line, we continue to evolve. Prof, in the medical line, we now begin to think of open licensing. I begin to talk of go and study persistent identifiers. That will waste your time, because you want to neck deep into scientific difficulties in medicine. And then those who are responsible for information, packaging, and delivery, we go into this. And that is why international continuous development for library and information scientists are based on this. And that is why this Budapest Open Access Initiative was signed initially, first in 2002. It was librarians who were part of it, the initiative. So librarians are now developing along that line, trying to see how they are going to help information users on how to assess, how to find, how to use, and how to even publish. So the responsibility of the librarian or library and information science or in library and information centers are based on 3 areas, which is a very core area in open science and open access. Finding open access, using open science, and even publishing using open access platforms. How do they help library and information centers? How do they help? In finding, they're having a lot of trainings. INAPS giving them training, IFLA giving them training, AFLIA giving them training, LIBSENSE giving them training, WACREN giving them training. You may not have that training they are having. Therefore, they have that competencies, the knowledge, the skill, and attitude to embrace and help you scientists so that you do excellent research. Now, for them, for library and information centers, in the finding, when they find, they create databases that will help you. Many advanced and in the global north, they are using library and information scientists to do a lot. Even in South Africa, that is why when you go to University of Stellenbosch, they have resources. There are some of them with red flag. Do not publish here. But they are open. This is the responsibility of the library and information scientists and the library of information centers. So they provide possible listing of where you can source information, resources for open science, and they can provide referrals. They can create awareness, very important. The responsibility of library and information centers is core. The core of their responsibility is to create awareness. In your institutions, in your organization, is their responsibility. And part of the challenge they have is that nobody has called them. Some of them are naive, some of them do not have the competencies, but you have the very smart ones that have the competencies that can help to create awareness so that you will know where to find what. I am happy because with the training, I said if it were now teaching research and even learning is very simple now, because there are some models, open models, which you can now get what you are looking at. Inject, you have the licensing, open licensing, so you know the licensing that is being deployed in that particular model, and you can now use that model to enhance your teaching, to enhance your research. They also train researchers. When I was in the university, I do it a lot. We do a lot of training, because when we go out to get this training, like these young ones that are going for WACREN, open science training, open access, they come back with a lot of knowledge to help researchers so that they know the licensing, the publishing, and even the use, finding what they want. Then in the area of use, library and information centers, they advocate, in fact, for people to begin to use it. In fact, the last conference we had in Rivers, this young lady, somebody was talking about paywall, copyright. He said, no, everybody should go for opening, because that is why the global north is hungry for Nigerian, African data, which is not available. I am rounding up. They organize training that they can even invite scholars, researchers who are very, very, that use open science, deploy open science. And the person will, because sometimes when librarians talk to them, they may not accept it. So they also invite scholars. These are some of the things. And they publish and they provide a platform. That's why they provide a platform. It could be the green. The green is the repository. It could be the gold. The gold is helping to develop journal platforms. Then it could be the diamond. The diamond, like I said, is what Third Fund is giving. Because where you cannot pay anything for processing, it is diamond. Everything is paid. Then they also help to source and provide researchers with open access publishing outlets. Apart from the infrastructure, they also provide areas where you can publish. Let me stop here.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, National Librarian. I think it's 5:50 or thereabout. So we need to move, and we must now open it up for discussion. Let me go back to the topic that we are discussing, because we are all, I'm sure, what you have, all you've heard from us, you may completely differ from some of it. So let me make the point that we are discussing cultivating a culture of research excellence, motivating researchers, and fostering an innovative academic environment. That's where we are. So please, let's discuss around that overall theme, based on some of the things that you've heard from us, and views that you yourself may want to express. Yes, Prof.
Thank you very much for all the wonderful presentations. My question is directed to the President of the National Academy of Science. There's a lot of good research going on in Nigeria, which I agree with you. I have a young boy in my house. If you ask him, if he's hungry and you ask him whether he wants pizza or he wants an egusi, 99% of the time he will go for pizza. The PISA mentality is reflected in many other things that we see, in the sense that I have found a lot of situations where our politicians, if there's a local problem, instead of looking for homegrown solution and ideas, are rather happy to go out there and find an answer somewhere else. So that in the end, much of the research that we conduct end up in repositories on our shelves. But the reason why we are here is that research for development. So my question is, how do we, in very practical terms, ensure that a lot of the research that we do here within our development context is used by our development planners in a way that is beneficial to the very people who pay the tax for which these politicians actually manage? Because beyond that, we are just publishing for publishing's sake, and for me that is waste of resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take more questions, but to guide this discussion, there are certain issues that I want us to focus on, and the question that you just raised falls really squarely in that area. One, in asking our questions, let's try to discuss, look at what are the factors that motivate researchers to pursue openness in their work, so that it doesn't just stay on their shelf. Okay? Openness. Let's think about, aside funding, which is a key driver of research excellence, we must agree on that. And I personally differ completely from my president on that one. I think that the level of research funding in this country is abysmally poor. Even what TED Fund is giving out in terms of research funding cannot really deliver on anything if we really must address the myriads of problems that we face, especially now with the devaluation of the naira. By the time you take that $5 million naira grant, you convert it to dollars, especially in a situation where it's not as if you have the equipment and you are just looking for money to do a few things, then it's nowhere. So the National Librarian has talked about the global north and the global south. But with time we look at issue of funding, we must, and I thought that my president will also mention that, because clearly we are, and perhaps others here, members of the Research and Development Standing Committee of TED Fund, okay, in which 13 thematic groups were established to look at the various areas in our nation that will address our problems as a nation. And we reached the conclusion that unless we have a national research foundation, my national librarian referred to the South African Research Foundation, unless we have a national research foundation that will really direct, coordinate research in this country, and will have the bite, will have the money. And we are recommending that it should actually be an enactment by the National Assembly, so that it is a policy that say 1%, if you want to start with that, of our national GDP must be directed to research and development, and a budget to that effect reflected. Now assemble people who can manage this fund, who can manage the process, so that we are actually addressing research. For me, the equivalent of that will be what we have in the US as the National Science Foundation, just for science alone. And if you are researching in the US university system, you can get grants anywhere, but until you've actually been able to secure a National Science Foundation grant, you won't see yourself as a successful researcher. We are talking about considerable amount of money addressing a national problem. Right now, I don't think we have that. And the industry is fully involved in that. It's an independent body. It can even give research funding to industry. And there is the equivalent of that for medicine. If we know the amount of money in billions of dollars that government, it's a government establishment, gives to the National Science Foundation, it's mind-boggling compared with what we are talking about. That fund should not be the equivalent of our National Research Foundation. It should not. It's not sufficiently funded to be able to do that. So you have good news for me.
Yeah.
Okay, we will let the
yes.
we will let the academy break that good news.
On the 7th of March this year, we visited the President, Mr. President, and carried out an investiture on him as Grand Patron of Science in Nigeria. By science, I mean everything. And the only thing we asked from him, following from my membership of the TED Fund Research Foundation move, was that he should set up a national research foundation that will manage the National Research Fund. And at that meeting, we requested that certain ministers should be there. The Minister of National Planning, Budget and National Planning, Minister of Health, Minister of Education, TED Fund, ES, and JAM, because they've been funding us. He quickly asked all of them to make sure that it happens, because it was already in the pipeline. Because, you know, after that big meeting we had, TED Fund constituted, were you not there? Yes, constituted, yeah, told us to take everything we did there and look at it, review, and produce a document that will show, that will, yes. No, the legal document. Yes, the way forward. So after that, we were told by some of those ministers that the work is in progress. And very soon we'll have a National Research Foundation. Be assured, sir, that the Academy of Science will not rest until that thing is done. Because that's the only way forward for us. And sir, the problem we discovered with funding, there's a lot of money. In doing this work, we had to list all the agencies of government, all the external bodies, all the internal groups that give research grants. And they were like 5 pages or so of paper. One. So there is money. The problem is the quality of the proposal. The quality of the proposal. Which brings me to mentorship, supervision. And luckily the group of, what do they call them? Babalola. The group of Association of College of Provosts of Postgraduate Studies, they are doing something about that. They are working hard at training the supervisors. Because you see, our system has attracted misfits. Misfits. All the people that were carrying out all this misconduct, they are back in the system as supervisors. Some as vice-chancellors even. You know? So that group is doing a good job replicating at every level. And again, we don't need more money. We have enough research already done to address some of our problems. We know enough to make sure that our electricity supply is better. We know enough to make sure that water supply goes above 50% coverage. We know enough to control guinea worm. I mean, we did control guinea worm, I was part of it. We know enough to control, to address malaria issue. Even one association in Nigeria, if given the go-ahead, can achieve that. Because we know that if you do source reduction, reduce the breeding sites, do targeted chemotherapy and other things, malaria, you have mosquitoes without plasmodium. Yes, but now we are focusing on bed nets, which are imported. So that's where you are. Integrated control is the best, and it will achieve it. We know that, and we have the resources, the human resources, the knowledge, the material, everything. One organization, society, maybe medical group or association of parasitologists or whatever, can handle that for Nigeria. So we know enough, sir. We still need money, yes, but we need first to sort out the issue of the poor proposal turned out, because I've sat on panels with plenty of money to give. In the end, we pick 2, 3. The money is still there. So it's action that is needed, sir, and commitment from governments that they really want to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Then we'll come to the chairman.
Thank you very much for this very exciting session. Actually, when I saw the topic, I was extra excited, and I'm happy that this conversation is coming up. Because as my president said, president of our National Academy of Science, I was wondering whether you were just reading my mind, because I was trying to push out this particular fact that you said. But I will still need to emphasize on the key thing. You see, this topic says cultivating a culture of research excellence. The problem, I think, is in the culture. The culture has died, sir. When Professor was talking about his experience, left Cornell University and came to UI, you see, that was the culture then. Academics were mentored. That process was there. It was known in the university system. But now, even as Vice-Chancellor, I was sharing with Professor Chefo before he left, that one of the greatest issues I had was trying to instill academic culture, research excellence. And, the unions who want to kill you, they said you are bringing this. Professor Chinwe knows the struggle we had. Just to instill good academic culture. You do proper research, how to display it, integrity, ethics. Terrible. So I think we need to we shouldn't downplay on this beginning. That's where the problem is. So there is no culture again of research, talk less of excellence. The culture is not there. The people are not willing. So motivating them will start from making people know, as he said, the mentorship will start, to let people know that research pays. Even as Vice-Chancellor, I was writing grants. You can't imagine. I heard about, and when I go to Senate, I tell them, when they say this hunger here, I say, me, I'm VC. I sit down, I write, I say, see this something, see my publication, see my grants that I'm attracting. Why can't you, we are bringing people to train you on research grant writing, you are looking for shortcut money, put my name syndrome. Where would that take you? And they say, everyone will be quiet. I say, you have to be involved in, I say, professors, without denigrating you, but you need to be mentored, because I've seen your communications. You can't communicate effectively. You can't write good proposals. So how are you going to mentor people? Who are you going to mentor? So the problem is terrible in this system. We need to really brainstorm on how to impose it, not to assume that people are there, that the culture is not there. Actually, you can't talk about excellence when people don't know about doing research, good research, ethical research. So, and one of the things I want to tie with this is when Professor Lushola was making his presentation, I saw that effective communication of our findings, like Professor Cabrera said, we have enough we had, but people don't know about it. Even as a professor many years ago, I had to go and take a small course, funded by one, German firm, on communicating science. It was research in science, and they said the problem is scientists don't know how to communicate their findings. So there's poor uptake. Once there's poor uptake because you can't communicate properly, all your science rests in one big journal, but the people are not using it. So I think we need to also tie that together. And I'm seeing that even from the way people are seated on that table, there could be this kind of collaboration. The librarians being at the center to help us do the dissemination. The social scientist is there, to help us, to teach us about responsible, research and how to make sure that our researches are getting to the community. And then the scientist is there. That kind of mix should be what we want to bring out from this meeting, communicate that this is what we're advocating in our various systems. And I think, finally, before I stop, it is impossible. I'm not being pessimistic, but from experience, it's impossible to really get it first at a national scale. I think we need to have, like we are here now, leaders from different institutions. Institutions should start it and it's working. Then they point them, they say, see, this one is working. That's what Nigerians believe in. If you begin, when they come at a national level, they'll say, where is the person coming from? Who is our leader? Who is our head? Who is driving this? They will be. But let us take a decision from this meeting that in our various institutions, we will start this. It works as a pilot, then we can be pointing people. It has worked in Futo. It has worked in Namdazike. It has worked in Unila. It has worked in here. And then the national people, they will listen. But if we keep on trying to bring everybody together, we will be on the drawing table. Let's take these things and start implementing it, and we'll see that we'll go further. Thank you.
And that means he wants to intervene. No, not close.
Well, a bit of both, because I'm also conscious of the time. But I like the way the conversation is going, especially that last bit. Now, again, from a non-VC experience, but an experience in Nigeria. So what we have found, see those cups there you see on that table, I'm really proud of that, the ladies and the group, they're the leaders. But what we've managed to do, because these people are on campus advocating, is much more than we have done in several leadership meetings. So we're actually challenging you with the early career researchers and saying, well, if they can create such impact in such a short time, and they're not in leadership, what can leadership do if you adopt the same basic principles? So when I hear culture change, yes, it will take time, but it is culture. So we can use open access, open science to drive some of that. If people know that you have to sort of live up to a certain standard that is visible to your peers, then they will start to consider a bit more what they put out and how they put it out. The rest is all valid. Then we need more resources, we need more capacity building. But what Professor Simonis said is what we see on campus as well, that there's no, leadership is not clear about how to incentivize this without copying somewhere else. So maybe that's the first step. And I also agree with him that on the table right now, I see opportunity to at least start the initiative. Now, if you were to take the top and let the early career researchers take the bottom and make this around campus, but have leadership on that level, first of all, university leadership, I think that will coalesce into a stronger national effort than to try and do it at the national level and then try and percolate downwards. But it is almost 5:10, and we wanted to finish at 5:30. And there's a very important presentation I would like you to see about research data management from the LIBSENSE Nigeria group. So I thank you very much, madams and sirs. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel. And without wasting too much time, Dr. Abdullahian, are you ready? Is the research data management one?
control. Slide. Good evening, everyone. Permit me to adopt the already established protocol. I will not take so much time. I think I'll just continue with the conversation, especially riding on the comments from Prof, where he mentioned the need for us to start from bottom top and initiating some of these things on our campuses. My name is Fatima Jibril Abdul Dayan. I'm from the Department of Library and Information Science, Federal University of Technology, Minna. And I'm the team lead for the LIBSENSE ECR Nigeria. You have already met my partner, Dr. Sadiat Salawa Adetoro, and I will be introducing you shortly to other group members. We'll be sharing efforts, towards building capacity for research data management coordination on campus. Next slide. Okay, so this is my presentation outline, a brief introduction, who we are, the LIBSENSE ECR Nigeria, our priority areas, our contributions at national, on our various campuses, a call to action, and then I conclude. Next slide. As a way of introduction, my group, Research Data Management Advocacy Group, is a group of early career researchers from various academic institutions in Nigeria that are passionate about developing and implementing a coordinated set of activities to inform RDM policy, research ethic practices that we'll be mentioning, open access publishing, and research assessment reforms in Nigerian institutions. So with WACREN and LIBSENSE support, the group have grown to be known as the LIBSENSE Open Science Nigeria, as written on my cap. Yeah. So these are the founding members of the group. It's 9 of us. A beautiful picture is also there. We are colleagues from 8 institutions in Nigeria. First is my humble self and my colleague, Dr. Sadia. We are from the Federal University of Technology, Minna. And then from Redeemers University, Ede, we have Dr. Basiru Adetomiwa, Lead City University, Dr. Sophia Adeyeye. Lagos State University of Science and Tech, we have Dr. Taiwo Ajayi, Ignatius Ajuri University, Mrs. Benedicta Uchendu, and then the UNN, University of Nigeria Nsukka, Mrs. Ifi Evangel Obim. From ABU Zaria, we have Dr. Okpeyemi Kodri, and from University of Jos, Mrs. T.Y. Dang. Right. So these are our priority areas. And you can see that most of these things have been coming up, from our discussions since morning. We have the research data management aspect. And research data management actually is the process of organizing, storing, preserving, and sharing research data throughout its life cycle. We all agree with me that data is the new oil, and it's becoming increasingly important that we pay attention to our research data. Gone are the days when emphasis is on your article. Now it's becoming important that you also give access to the data that underlies your findings. And then publishers are now requesting, that you attach alongside the article a link to the data. And we all know why. For replicability, the essence of scientific research, for confirmation, for verification, for sharing, and a lot of other benefit. And now that we are even in the era of artificial intelligence that is largely driven by big data, okay, how do we want to have AI model that works for us when we don't even have the data, to inform the development of such models? So for us, research data is becoming very important, and we are championing advocacy in that area. Then we have Diamond Open Access Publishing. And Diamond Open Access, the National Librarian have mentioned that severally, It simply means you publish free. You know, you don't pay to publish, and people don't pay to read your work. Who benefits more? I do, early career researchers especially. Now that there's serious budget cut, we don't have the large amount to publish in some journals that would even eventually be behind paywall, okay? But then Diamond Open Access Publishing is giving us a way out. You can publish free, and then people get to read your publication free of charge. Then we have research assessment reforms, and that's where we are championing conversations and activities around the institutions moving beyond traditional metrics like impact factor and citation count to quality assessment that is actually tied to development. I don't want to emphasize on that again, tying your research to development. Then we'll have capacity building as well. The LIBSENSE ECR group on our various campuses. We are also championing capacity building around RDM tools, how to write data management plans, open access publishing routes, and all that. Then open research infrastructure, for instance, the institutional repository. You know, it's one thing for a repository to be available. It's another thing for that repository to be usable. So capacity building, very important. So as librarians on our various campuses, we are rolling out lots of trainings on how to first know that there's an IR on your campus, and then how to upload your output on the institutional repositories, including persistent identifiers like ORCID. Omo explained that is a persistent identifier for researchers, you know, that uniquely identifies you as a person. There are other PIDs as well. You know, there's a PID for institutions like the ROR, there are PIDs for funders, and a lot of other PIDs, including PIDs for even preprints, you know, our documents like the DOI, the ARK, and all that. So we are also championing conversations, capacity building in that area. Then research ethics and RDM policy. Well, currently, we did a desk research trying to see if there's any university with an RDM policy in Nigeria, you know, that guides researchers on what exactly to manage about their data, how to manage it, where to keep it, and then access to it, but we did not find any. And then even in the areas of research ethics, what is applicable in most institutions is a guideline. Like in my school, we have what they call the PG guideline, and then there's an area, you know, in the guideline that tells you what research ethics, and its more emphasis is on ensuring that you capture the names of the authors in your reference list. But research ethics, it's beyond that, right? Research ethics goes beyond just listing author's name in the reference list. It's about data anonymization. It's about adhering to data protection rights so that you don't infringe on anybody's rights in the process of conducting your research. Ethics policy is also about licensing options. You know, there are different licensing options. That's how you want people to access your work, whether you want it freely open, if they can reuse it, and then if they reuse it, how do you want them to reuse it? How would you want to be acknowledged? And so many other things. And then the recent National Data Protection Act, finally, for Nigeria, which was, I think it was established very recently, last year. Finally, you know, then we all have our data in different silos, data silos. You go for your driver's license, they capture your data, your international passport, data, your BVN, everything, and then nobody cares about what happens to it. But now we have a National Data Protection Act, and I think people are now being careful with the way they collect our data, because now we know that there's somebody, there's a policy, a rule, an act actually that protects my data from getting into unauthorized users, and other existing policies. And lastly, we are also championing conversations around open science governance structure. You know, it's one thing to have a policy like the model open science policy that Professor Conrad presented. It's another thing to have governance structure, you know, that ensures that this policy is being implemented. That is, who does what, how is it being done, and then what is expected of each unit in the university library to do to ensure the successful take-off of that policy.
Now, for us, our contributions are divided into two, at national level and then on our various campuses. And I'll be sharing with you very quickly. And the first one, of course, is in collaboration with the Association of University Librarians of Nigerian Universities, ONU. The Committee of Vice-Chancellors have been a very big partner. And then the LIBSENSE network of experts. We've come out with several outputs. The first is the new Common Repository Metadata Schema. You know, we mentioned when TERAS was presented earlier, and I heard Professor Ochefu said there will be a workshop for repository managers. I was happy because I see it as a platform where we can discuss the importance of having a metadata schema, so that by the time we have a national repository, at least the individual institutional repositories can communicate better when they are able to adopt this kind of uniform schema, so that what you understand as author is the same thing as what another person understands as author. And then we define objects in our repositories the same way. And this will also ensure that machine can also communicate. Omo mentioned that. The slide, there are hyperlinks in my slide that if you click on it, you can see some of these samples properly. Right. Then number 2 is the call to action on assessment systems, which Dr. Sadia presented in the morning. It's an output from what the group is doing. Then number 3 is work plans and policy directions derived from a data management workshop in Lagos and in Ghana. Then a national report on Diamond Open Access journals covering geopolitical zones in Nigeria. This number 4 is an interesting one to me because in collaboration with EFO, the European Union, they were looking for journals that have been publishing Diamond Open Access. Remember what Diamond Open Access journal means, right? Free to publish and free to read in Africa. And then our group were asked to do for Nigeria, and then we started scouting around the country looking for journals that have been publishing Diamond Open Access. Because most of our journals, you know now, it's more of a business outlet, in quotes. You know, we are after the money and not necessarily about the quality. And even when you pay to publish, to even access it again, you pay. You buy the journal and everything. So, and then they are not even online to start with, you know. So we wanted Diamond Open Access Journal, you know, that is online, is free to publish and people can read. And at the end of our efforts, you know, across the 6 geopolitical zones, we're able to get just 12 from Nigeria. Prof said it's much, okay. Yeah, it is. So we got 12. So when you get my slide, you click on that hyperlink, you would see the report. Next. Next slide, please. Then number 5 is still on the contributions at national level. The LIBSENSE Open Science Policy Template have been of tremendous help to us as a group. Because at any forum we find ourselves, we try to market that policy and encourage institutions to adapt it to suit what they do. And then interestingly, at the Summit University offer, and then the UBEC DRC Research Grant Cycle, we were able to push forward the LIBSENSE Open Science Policy Template to guide what they do, and it was accepted. And now it's working, you know, at the Summit University offer. And then currently, the UBEC DRC Research Grant Cycle that is currently on, they've been able to leverage this open science policy template. Then the African Journal of Library, Archives and Information Science, under the chairmanship of Professor Elo Aino, just announced recently that they are going Diamond Open Access. Yes, before, before now, what they want, it's on Agile. So before you can read it, you pay a certain amount. You publish free, but then for people to read it, they have to pay. And then it was a big one, you know, because of all these noise making and trying to engage with stakeholders and people that care to listen to what we are doing about open science. It was just announced that they are going Diamond Open Access. So it means that you can now publish Agilize free, and people can also read free. Then lastly is the Nigerian Libraries, which is the Journal of the Nigerian Library Association. Like Professor Anunobi, the National Librarian, mentioned earlier, than when it was presented that librarians will have to pay to read what they publish. You know, myself and my colleague were totally against it. And then we encouraged the management of the Nigerian libraries to consider open access. And now they are adopting open access. So this means that henceforth, Nigerian libraries, you can read free and then you can publish free. Next, so our contributions at the national level, this is a recent one at the Nigerian Library Association conference. You can see my team members from Ignatius Ajuru, Lead City, University of Lagos, and University of Nigeria, Nsukka. This, we got support from WACREN, LIBSENSE, DataSite, and American Spaces. We're able to engage librarians at the last national conference in Port Harcourt. Over 3,000 librarians assembled, and we're able to talk to them on open science, capacity building, and every other conversation around open science so that they can go back to their individual campuses and discuss this with the research community. Next slide. So now let's look at, okay, so these are more pictures from the NLA National Conference that was recently concluded in Port Harcourt. You can see the National Librarian there. The all-new chairman is also there. And then some of the support that we had from DataSite, WACREN, and then American Spaces. Next slide. So our contribution at our various campuses quickly. Okay, you know, we believe that before you introduce anything, you should be able to understand what people think about it. That's the perception of, since we are talking to librarians like myself, we decided to conduct a survey to even understand librarians' perception on open science. You know, like the panelist was discussing earlier, before you give something to someone, you need to first understand whether they need that thing. Otherwise, you give me a bottle of water, and that may not actually be my priority at that time. So we did a countrywide survey on librarians' perception on open science. And then, interestingly, we discovered that librarians are aware of open access. So the movement is growing, and people are getting aware. Open data as well, including open access publishing. But we discovered that research assessment reform is still very low. Okay, it's still very low. And I hope that at the end of the year, when we conduct another survey, we'll have a better response on research assessment reforms. And then the use of open educational resources as well is coming up. Next slide. So these findings helped to inform some of the campus-wide activities. You know, it's a set of coordinated activities across these 8 institutions. So we are like pilot campuses trying to champion some of these initiatives and conversations. And then we've had, like, the first one, Lead City University precisely. Our group member there, Dr. Sophia, precisely, she has been engaging the university leadership severally on this issue of open science, the need for them to have a dedicated unit to research data management, the need for them to have an institutional repository, and all that. And interestingly, they now have a research management office that is headed by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, and the deployment of an institutional repository online, you know, as a result of the series of engagement with university stakeholders. So at the bottom level, we are trying our best, you know, to push the conversation forward. And then number 2 is awareness and number of researchers with persistent identifiers, specifically ARKs, in our institutions, especially in LASOSTEC, UniJOS, ABU's area. You can see some of the pictures. Lots of capacity building training programs are going on. Then we also have capacity building for postgraduate students, librarians, faculty, staff, on the importance of managing research data, open access literature search, and then the different open access publishing routes. Like Professor Anunobi was mentioning earlier, she was saying green, open access, gold, open access, diamond. Some of us don't even know what this different color codes means. So my colleague, you know, we also run awareness on some of these terms of open access publishing route, and then the use of institutional repository. And then number 4 is lots of stakeholder engagement on RDM. I remember myself, Dr. Sadia, and of course Professor Kovo, we've had to engage with the Vice-Chancellor, of our university, towards adopting some of these open science practices. And just this afternoon, Professor Kovo just informed me that the Nigerian Journal of Technological Research, which is our university-based journal in FUTMINA, is now waking up and hopefully is going to be open access. Now, the thing is, researchers from FUTMINA, researchers and even research from FUTMINA, we are popular, in quotes. We do a lot on my campus. I don't know for other campuses, but from FUT-MINA, we've been doing a lot. And we've been winning plenty research grants. Our publications is being seen everywhere, the repository. But you know one thing, we don't have a university-based journal. We used to have, but something happened. It had an accident along the way, and then it stopped working for a long time. So even when we're compiling that report, when EFOL is offering a lot of money for journals that have been adopting their mod open access, and I was part of the team, I was so eager to suggest my university-based journal. And then I even suggested it, and it was even Omo that, Omo, he just went to our website, he just typed NJTR, and he said, Fatima, see, you have to pay. And then the last time your university published was, I think, about 3 or 4 years ago. Okay, and now, interestingly, through series of engagement and the insistence of Professor Kovo, the Vice-Chancellor have reconstituted the board, and then myself, Dr. Sadia, who are ensuring that the Nigerian Journal of Technological Research, the university-based journal of FUTMINA, is going to be open access, and then it will wake up from its sleeping position, and then we can now compete, with other university-based journals outside Nigeria. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are some flyers from some of the engagement. You can see myself with Dr. Sadia. We've been doing a lot on our campus, FUTMINA, and that's from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. That's Mrs. Ife Obim. And then from ABU Zaria, that is Dr. Opeyemi Kodri, engaging with postgraduate students and lecturers, and a host of other activities. We have a work plan. If we decide to go ORCID, persistent identifiers, we do it across campus. If it's on RDM, we do it together, And then we are making a lot of noise, to ensure that at least our voices are being heard at the national level. Next slide. I'm almost rounding up. Okay, so I have a call to action. I know I'm talking to leaders and university leadership here, but then we still have call to action on how you can start. Because we've been talking open science. Now, how do I even start the conversation when I go back home? And we have a few suggestions for you. Next slide. All right. The first is organize an open science awareness event. You could host a seminar, a panel discussion, or a workshop to introduce the principles and benefits of open science to your community. And then you can invite researchers, of course librarians, and university leadership to share their perspectives. You can also invite any of us from my team, to help. It can be via Zoom. You don't have to pay accommodation. We can do it from the comfort of our room, and then we help you talk to your university community on open science. Number 2, you need to also assess your campus open science readiness, culture. We need to first understand the existing culture, research culture in your institution, so that we know how best to introduce open science to them. Then number 3, you need to collaborate with your library. You need to collaborate with your library. Work with your campus library to showcase its resources and services that support open science. An example of a basic open science infrastructure that our university should have is what? The institutional repository. So if you are not taking out anything from our discussion today, please go home with deploying your institutional repository. And even if you have one, please ensure that it is online. People can see the output. People can see your repository. Okay, it's not enough to have a repository. It needs to be accessible. So please, I want you to amplify that conversation. Have an institutional repository and make sure it is online and accessible. And then open access publishing route. Your researchers, we are all interested in promotion. Nothing stops your promotion, but then your research output, publish it open access. And we know the benefit. We'll be discussing that. And then tell people about the available funds and grants that support open access movement. Then you can also leverage some LIBSENSE output for a start. I just mentioned the metadata schema, okay, the open science policy template, and a host of other output that you could leverage. Like Professor Conrad presented earlier, that you only need to remove the name. Covenant University, they have open educational resource policy. It's online. Just remove the name. It is open access. The license there is, you can reuse it, provided you acknowledge Covenant University, right? But then just remove, put your name, check the parts that suit the research culture, and then present it to your management. And then the management will take it up from there. Then engage students and research groups on RDM best practices, especially on the graduates. Catch them young. And then the postgraduates that are currently conducting their research, start talking to them about RDM. The Dean of Postgraduate School can help with this. Then discuss incentivizing the research process and outputs with your management. Very important. Part of the theme of this conference. I saw motivation somewhere, and then I was just looking, motivation. Motivation, it can be in cash or kind. Cash is you publish in Diamond Open Access, you get certain amounts of money. I hope we are aware that some universities are now incentivizing publishing in commercial outlets. Yes. Yes, including Prof said. Yeah, yes. You publish and then you get paid. It's 100,000 in my university, right? University of Ilorin, they gave a car to the best published researchers, yeah? So let the same thing to work for publishing an open access outlet. Publish and then get a car. Publish, get a land in Abuja. You know, it's part of incentivizing research process, right? And then leverage social media and academic networking sites for collaboration and funding opportunities. There are lots of funding opportunities and the collaboration and funding opportunities that are being advertised every time. Even WACREN is offering us open access infrastructure. So let's even start from home. Look at that. That's open infrastructure services that are offered by WACREN. You have the Baobab, you know, for a research repository. So if your institution does not even have an institutional repository to start with, that's one. WACREN is offering one, you see? And then there's another one, Publish Now, is an open journal system. You want to publish open access publishing, you don't know where to start from. WACREN is offering you one. Persistent identifier, how do I start it? That's one there. So WACREN have the solutions. So we need to believe in ourselves and believe that they are offering what can work for us. And we can start from there. Okay, so in conclusion, the key is to start small. Just like myself and my colleagues from 8 different universities in Nigeria, we are starting very small. Okay, and then we build momentum and engage diverse stakeholders on our campus. And this will help to foster a culture of openness and collaboration and ultimately advance open science and its benefits in our institution. So, are you interested in joining our group? If you are interested, please go back to that slide. If you are interested, there's a QR code here. Yeah, scan the QR code. It will lead you to our website, libsenseren.africa/n/early career researcher ECR, to follow our activities and to join our group if you find what we are doing interesting. Thank you very much.
Well, truly, as leadership, you're not going to be early career researchers, but by all means, visit the link and encourage your early career researchers to join. I know you will have some questions for Dr. Fatima. So let's hear one or two, because we try to keep to time. So we'll just hear one or two, and then we'll have Professor Shefu close the day. Go on.
Fatima, thank you very much. That was brilliant. And it's very interesting to know that it's early career researchers that are driving these. You know, it is fantastic. Very well done. In terms of the RDM, you mentioned publishers are asking for data. It's becoming a requirement. And interestingly, it's not only publishers. Even donor agencies, you know, funders are asking for it. If you apply for Marie Curie as an early career researcher, they will ask you, what's your data management plan? You know, and that takes me back to the earlier contribution of the former VC and professor there. You know, he made the comment about you made a comment about incentivizing people publishing in open access. I think it's the same thing with you see a VC writing grant proposals, you know, and professors are not getting involved in this. Also, other academics in the university are not getting involved. The reason is because it is not incentivized. If there is an incentive provided for winning grant, Professor Momo, the VC there, he can bear me witness. In China, that was how they attracted their best of brains from the US and the UK to come back to China. The idea was if you publish a paper in Nature or Science, you will be rewarded with $1,000. Things like that were happening in China many years ago. Even Iraq does it. If you publish in a peer review mechanism, an international journal that undergoes peer review system, you will be incentivized. And that encourages people to, it brings forth the competition that you see there. So there's a problem if it is not incentivized. And also, that's where we have a problem where professors are not writing grants. If professors are not writing grants, what happens to the early career researchers? And TED Fund says in the NRF that professors should be the PIs of these grants and mentors. But you see an early career researcher ending up being the one drafting this proposal. So I think we have a very long way to go. And I think my university will be very happy to engage with LIBSENSE in terms of RDM. I'll be very happy to present that to my Vice-Chancellor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I don't see any hands up. Looks like we've had a long, interesting day, and it's time to sort of close this meeting. So, Professor Show, you can take this. Yes.
Thank you very much, Omo. Where's my friend Conrad? I was going to share a proverb from his community. Say, Bini man talk, say, hot water no dey burn house. Now only person they born. And when you think through the logic of that saying, hot water that will tear you apart as a human being, you pour it on on your house, it will just nothing will happen. So we see a situation whereby there's some action that you will take that will generate results depending on who you are engaging with, and some actions that you will take that you take a similar action, but with a different party, and nothing will come out of it. And I think that summarizes, I sat here listening to the last presentations and of course the roundtable conversation. That summarizes the situation that we have found ourselves in some aspects of our approach to managing how we can strengthen African research for development. Like Omoya said, it's been a very long day, but it has been a very, very fruitful day. And the audience has been simply wonderful. All I can say is to thank you for being part of this conversation. There's no time that we have invited our stakeholders that have not shown up. And especially our friends from the West African sub-region who have come to share some of their ideas with us. That's how it should be. very often that conversation is not as engaging as it should be. And to Madam Coulibaly, I apologize that we don't have proper translation services. The arrogance with which the English language is parading itself globally is such. I just came back from Russia yesterday, and anytime they went on, I was like, I'm completely lost. So I can understand what it feels like to be in a place where they are speaking a language and you really don't understand. And to my colleague from Ghana, I'm sure we are not hurrying back to Accra tomorrow, so we will definitely have time to meet and compare notes and rub minds. To our president of our academies, I like the way the Academy of Science and Academy of Letters is working together. I think we should also ask some of the other academies to be part of this consortium, because if the academies are working together and driving this whole process, I think we can get traction a lot faster than even working at our because we all the universities, all the intellectuals, everybody must belong to an academy. So that really provides the platform to which we can engage. To the very gender-unfriendly LIBSENSE Nigeria group, I say congratulations and well done. I'm eyeing you guys very dangerously, and I will make my protest known that you are not gender sensitive at all. But the fantastic work you are doing, I'm sure we can ignore that aspect of thing. And we would like to work more, introduce you to some of our members. And when you said that you couldn't find any university that had RDM policy, you hear, huh? So, yes, so Committee of Vice-Chancellors must hear this. You know, I'm sure the Vice-Chancellors will be scandalized that, I mean, it can't be right. We have it somewhere, it's just that maybe you haven't seen it. So we will need to engage in that regard and see how we can drive that process. To other Vice-Chancellors, Deputy Vice-Chancellors, Directors of Research who have come, our friends from EcoConnect, and then, of course, the technical crew who has provided excellent support facilities, and then my team from CVC who has helped to share this. I really say thank you for doing us the honors. And I'm sure there's an announcement about tomorrow, which Omar will make, and then we'll see how we can build that consortium that, like you said, starting small. We found out that at the Committee of Vice-Chancellors, when we have a project and we put together a small consortium of Vice-Chancellors who have the like minds, who like to see positive actions, we get a lot of traction. And then people are like, Prof, you are doing this type of thing and you did not add us, we want to be there. So I think that model has worked very well for some of our other projects, and we'll adopt it for this one and see how we can get traction. So that next time we are meeting, we are actually tracking the progress that we have made over the years. Thank you and good evening.
Well, thank you, Professor Shefu. Okay, so not very many announcements. One, well, you will get an email, right? There's one presentation that we had to skip. And unfortunately, the presenter is in the US. Another, I don't know, some people might be familiar with Force 11. Force 11 is an international open access, open science endeavor. So as you can imagine, he's there. He's been there for a while, but he wanted to, and I've seen his messages on my WhatsApp. So, but he recorded this, you know, so I think we will share it to your email address, so you can listen to it. Any questions or comments, please come back to us. He'll be very glad to get to receive. And you see, although it's lopsided, he's the man in the middle. So he's one of the, he's the chairman. The only man, so he has to be the chairman. You know. But thank you very much for staying till the end. We did not have our evening tea, but it's out there for you to take away if you actually want. It's a drink and some snacks. Thank you very much again. I'm not going to bother you about tomorrow. because those that are concerned with tomorrow know what tomorrow is about, you know. So it's not for the leadership, it is more for the more technical librarians and IT. Yes, I know, madam, I think it's time to rest. Thank you very much. Oh, normally we send everything. It was good. The same site that you registered on will have all the slides. So we will put the video there as well. We'll just point you at it and say, that's the one you did not listen to. Hmm? Thank you very much. Tonight.